Thank you, Philip. So good morning, everybody. Happy Monday morning. This is the first event that our organization, or my team and our organization, has hosted in a little bit over 2 years. So thank you for joining us for our kind of resurrection of sorts of doing in-person events. Thank you, Mike. So welcome and thank you so much for joining us. My name is Lori Clark. I'm a manager at the North Central Texas Council of Governments. Raise your hand if you don't know what the North Central Texas Council of Governments is. All right, we have a few brave people raising their hands. Awesome. Raise your hands if you don't know what Dallas-Fort Worth Clean Cities is. Excellent. Okay, so we're going to just do the elevator speech on that here real fast. So North Central Texas COG is a regional planning agency. We do planning for things in the 16-county Dallas-Fort Worth area. Geographically, we're the size of Connecticut, so we have a lot of very dense urban and a lot of very sparse rural area. But things that cross political boundaries, so wastewater, air quality, transportation. So in the transportation department, we also do our air quality work because there's a very strong connection between our ozone pollution issue in this particular area and transportation. The same is true of Houston. And so within the transportation department, we house the Dallas-Fort Worth Clean Cities program. So that's a Department of Energy program at the national level. There's about 75 coalitions designated across the country, and we are the boots on the ground here for Dallas-Fort Worth. And our goal is to get people transitioned to cleaner vehicles that reduce air pollution issues, that improve our energy security issues, things like that. And so all of that kind of works hand in hand for the region as a whole. And so that's kind of why we promote the use of alternative fuel vehicles. We love all fuels, but we especially love zero tailpipe emission fuels. So we've put all battery electric people and fuel cell electric people in the same room. We were just talking about that here at the front with Mike and John a minute ago. Because we believe in zero emission of all types of both platforms. There's a different solution that works best in different applications. And so hopefully everybody learns a little bit about that today. And everybody leaves with a little bit of information that hopefully equips you to take some action coming out of today's workshop, or to learn a little bit more and hopefully take action in very short order. So with that, again, I want to thank everybody for joining us. Before we get underway, I also want to say and thank Soraya Aditi, Savannah Nance. Savannah's up here, Soraya's in back, wave Soraya. And Kimberlyn Toe, who did the lion's share of the work, getting everything organized for today. They're really responsible for everything that goes well today. Probably things that go wrong, or you can put that on me. So thank you again, and we look forward to a good day. And with that, hand it back to Philip.
All right, for our panelists want to come up, we're going to go ahead and get started with our first panel of the day, which poses the question, why electrify in Texas? So we're going to hear from Doug Lewin of Stoic Energy, who's going to be helping moderate this panel discussion, as well as Ann Shu with Electro Tempo, and Rob Bohr with Texas 2036. So please let me welcome them to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Good morning. Good to see everybody. It's great to see everybody at an in-person event. So tired of the 2 dimensions on the screen. Great to see people in 3 dimensions. As Philip said, my name is Doug Lewin, president of Stoic Energy, a small consultancy working with nonprofits, NGOs, foundations to accelerate the clean energy transition. I also have the privilege of organizing the Texas Energy Summit, which just happened last month and will happen again at some point in the future, trying to figure all that out. It's great to be with y'all. I have worked in this space for 15, 20 years. It is remarkable to see the changes that have happened in the technology, in the markets, even the policy, and to see so many people in the room today, to be here, to focus on this topic is really exciting. Before I introduce my fellow panelists here, we're kind of stage setters because you have just a tremendous agenda that NCT COG and EDF have organized for you. You're going to hear from lots of folks later on today that'll get into the weeds of particular topics. We'll get a little bit into the weeds, but we're also just kind of setting the stage. So in that kind of spirit, I just wanted to say, just share something starting off that I got out of a book I read recently, which I highly recommend, called Energy's Digital Future by Amy Myers Jaffe, a great read. And she talks in there about how people don't really realize this. We've kind of, in many ways, forgotten our history on a lot of things. But the history of transport, actually, if you go back to the very early days, were electric. Just a quick anecdote. The first speeding ticket ever given was given in New York City, and it was for an electric vehicle in 1897. It was going 12 miles an hour in an 8-mile-an-hour zone. Most vehicles in the early day were electric, and it was really World War I and the need for materials that sort of pushed everything towards gasoline. Of course, Henry Ford and the Model T and all that came along as well. But there were tons of concerns early on with gasoline as the switch started to be made, including, and this might sound familiar, where would people fill them up? There weren't filling stations back then. People had to go grab a can, put it on, take it back to their house and fill up their car. So it's kind of interesting that all of this kind of, what goes around comes around, and now we're back to talking about electric vehicles over 100 years later, and many of the concerns that were there in the early days around gasoline vehicles are now there around electric vehicles. So the benefits of this transition are immense. We're going to talk about some of those. So are the challenges. We're going to talk about some of those, and then you'll get into those more as we go through the day. So let me introduce the two folks sitting on my left, your right. I've got Rob Orr here sitting next to me. He has 15 years of legislative experience. He was in both the House and the Senate, focused on a variety of different issues, but mostly on finance and on regulatory issues, a true expert on those issues from his days there. He also worked at ERCOT, so find him later and ask him to tell you stories of the last couple of years. He's a graduate of Texas Tech. You want to do the guns up thing or whatever? No. And we share something in common. We are both the fathers of twin daughters, so that's pretty cool as well. Really glad to be. He is, and as Philip said, he's with Texas 2036. I was Googling him to make sure I had this intro right. I know Rob and could speak about him generally, but if you Google Rob or 2036, it autofills Olympics. So I don't know, are you going to be in the Olympics in 2036? Are we breaking news?
I don't think so.
Okay. Just when you put in 2036, I guess Olympics just comes up anyway. Ann Shu, sitting next to him, is the co-founder of Electro Tempo, a startup company for EV charging demand software. She's formerly the assistant director of technology at TTI's CARTI, that's a Center for Advancing Research in Transportation, Emissions, Energy, and Health. You should definitely know about them. They're doing great things. She was also formerly with ARPA-E. If you haven't heard of ARPA-E, look them up. Some amazing things coming out of there as well. So two great speakers with us. They'll have just a slide or two each. I'll have a slide or two, and then we will be able to take questions. And as Philip pointed out, you've got that QR code, so use that. Please do, as you get the questions, put them in so we don't have that awkward pause at the end. So, okay, Ann, I think you're first, right? So take it away.
Hello? Can you all hear me? Hello? There we go. And by the way, I cannot see the traffic light, so if you don't mind, flashing it to me. Somehow I cannot see it.
I'll put a timer on.
Okay, all right, thanks. So, good morning, everyone. Like Doug said, Ann Shu. I'm co-founder and CEO of Electro Tempo. But I'm not here to talk about my company. I'm here to talk about the semi-sized opportunity and challenge there is with electrification in Texas during this session. So if we can flip to the next slide, please.
Oh, you've got the clicker right.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. There we go. So I wanted to, because we are here, we gather here because of the I-45 alternative fuel corridor planning efforts and the important role of trucking along this corridor and in Texas. I wanted to actually put the emphasis more on electrifying trucks and why we want to talk about it. So Texas actually has the highest value of shipments in the country at $2.6 trillion. The next one is California at only $2.2 trillion. So Texas actually leads by a lot. And of the $2.6 trillion, more than 70% of that is actually intrastate. So that gives you a sense of shipments and the importance it has on of the great state of Texas. And of all intrastate shipments, 80% of those are fulfilled by trucks. So that gives you the magnitude of truck traffic in Texas. Along with that comes with the air quality impact of trucks and the benefits that electrification could bring to the state as a whole in aggregate, and also the disadvantaged communities from the environmental justice perspective. But let me first talk about the magnitude of truck electrification on emissions. So this is actually based on a study that I did actually under the Energy Foundation when I was at TTI. So we looked at the potential benefits of NOx reductions from tailpipe emissions if we are able to electrify. So if trucks could go 100% electric, and by electric I mean the powertrain, so be it battery electric or fuel cell, we're looking at a reduction of 52 tons per day. This is in the Houston region. I forgot to put it on the slide. But this is a case study of the Houston region. So the reduction would be 52 tons per day. And the Houston region's entire mobile source emissions is 79 tons per day. That's the magnitude of NOx reduction. And how many, and that accounts for 3% of the total vehicle population. So we understand the challenge, and that's what we're here to talk about and address the potential challenges. But the benefit, the upside is huge. By electrifying 3% of all of the entire vehicle population, in this case, in the Houston case study, we can reduce NOx emissions by 65%. So, and who benefits from these reductions? So this is a heat map of the distribution, the dispersion of the reduction measured in terms of concentration. And in this case, I wanted to, we also wanted to look at the particulate matter reduction. So this is a map of particulate matter. So you can see the brighter the orange on this map, the more reduction there is in terms of concentration, pollutant concentration. This is a map of Houston. So I wanted to point out two areas. One is right around the ship channel, and that area you see the bright orange right around there, and there are some disadvantaged communities right there where the call box is pointing to. More than 50% of those families are under the federal poverty guideline. There is a neighborhood right at I-45 and I-610. You see the very, very bright orange right there of potential PM 2.5 reduction. That particular neighborhood, all of the families, 100% of them are under the federal poverty guideline. So that gives us a sense of who benefits. The disadvantaged communities are positioned to receive huge benefits and from the lift of the air pollution that they're suffering from right now from truck pollutions. And that is something that's really close to my heart, and I hope gives us all a reason to take the challenge head on and electrify trucks.
Thanks, Ann. You can just hand it over. I'll just take it.
Okay, good. Thank you, Ann. That's some really good data that we're going to talk about later, too. So first, I'd like to go ahead and thank the North Central Texas Council of Governments and the Environmental Defense Fund for hosting this workshop, as well as all the staff that put it together, and of course, my fellow panelists. I appreciate it. And as Doug noted, I work at Texas 2036. Who here has heard of Texas 2036? Raise your hand. Okay. We got a few. Well, for those who haven't heard of us, we're a nonpartisan, data-driven, future-focused, state-oriented think tank where we want to make sure that policymakers are focused on ensuring that our state remains one of the best places to live and work till and through the bicentennial, hence the name 36. I'll go ahead and change slides. And shortly before the March primaries, we conducted our 4th annual Texas voter poll, and I'd like to share some energy-related data points that I think will help inform this discussion. First, you can see that a supermajority, or 72%, of respondents want Texas to remain an energy leader, especially when it comes to pursuing these new energy technologies. And then we've also got those same voters, 74% are concerned the state won't apply for infrastructure funds provided by, for new technologies provided by the bipartisan infrastructure law. I think these two data points illustrate voter support for policies that embrace carbon capture and sequestration, the production of hydrogen, the expansion into new lower emission forms of energy like geothermal, battery energy storage, maintaining our current nuclear facilities, and solar and wind. In short, if we want to improve our air quality, expand our economy, and meet our growing power demands, it's going to take all of it. In a later poll, we found that voter enthusiasm for electric vehicles leans younger. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. But 53% of 18 to 34-year-olds have purchased or are considering purchasing electric vehicles, and 56% of 35 to 44-year-olds have purchased or are considering purchasing one. Of the voters who are considering purchasing electric vehicles, 41% said that reducing auto emissions was the #1 reason why they were wanting to purchase them. The #1 reason cited for those who are not considering an EV purchase was price. To me, these numbers showing a younger consumer appetite for EVs combined with excitement around the Tesla manufacturing plant in Austin, the 3-year waiting list for the Ford F-150 Lightning are all just small indicators of the growing level of interest. So as these adoption rates rise by consumers and industry through natural market forces, I think that presents a rare opportunity where we can plan our infrastructure in a future-focused manner to address issues before they're actually problems. We can maximize the use of these federal dollars to build out charging infrastructure in a prudent and equitable manner, and I feel like I've seen in my career that, and I think everyone else has seen this too, that so often we are playing catch up when it comes to satisfying our infrastructure needs in such a fast growth state like Texas. And as a general principle, I believe that the diversity of resource breeds resiliency of your infrastructure. So in sticking with this kind of energy expansion mindset, I think policymakers should foster the development of all zero-emission vehicles. As noted by Ann, we've got a serious opportunity to support new technologies and lower emissions in our freight sector. And I think Texas is in the prime position for the development of hydrogen and the necessary fueling infrastructure to support the deployment of these freight level products. Currently, our Gulf Coast is home to 48 hydrogen production plants and 900 miles of hydrogen pipeline. And at this point, I'm sure I sound a little like a broken record, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention that there are $8 billion in the bipartisan infrastructure law for hydrogen hubs. DOE is going to select at least 4 regional hydrogen hubs, and I think given our incumbent industry knowledge in the state, the abundance of natural resources we have, a diverse electricity portfolio that's actually surprisingly one of the cleaner ones from a market perspective in the country, we as a state should really organize for success around these dollars to help grow what's going to be needed fueling infrastructure to really support the growth of these zero-emission vehicles, especially in the freight sector. So really, just in quick summary, I think fostering the infrastructure, bolstering supply chains around zero-emission vehicles, like battery electric vehicles and hydrogen fuel cells, will attract new business to our state, bring high-paying jobs, maintain its position as an energy leader, and all the while cleaning up our air and lowering our emissions in underserved communities.
Thanks for that, Rob. Thanks, Ann. So I'm just going to add a couple thoughts, and then we'll open it up to questions. Again, use the QR code on your table if you got a question, so we'll have them right when we start. If you don't ask a question, then I get to ask them mine. So if you got them, don't be shy. All right, so I was asked to talk about a couple different things here, and just keep it to a couple slides. So I got a couple slides just for illustrative purposes, but let me just pick up on a couple themes you heard from Ann and from Rob. First of all, the imperative to reduce emissions. So a lot of times when we talk about electric vehicles, we're talking about decarbonization, and a lot of times where people, it sort of gets lost in that conversation. I know it doesn't with NCT-COG or EDF, or probably most of you here, but it really is important to say, is those criteria pollutants, right? There are almost always co-benefits. You can, when you're reducing carbon, you're reducing particulate matter. Particulate matter, we're going to have a rule coming out from EPA in the next year. Much of the state of Texas is going to be out of attainment with particulate matter rules. People don't realize this. We think of ozone as being deadly. It is, but particulate matter is far more deadly. It causes strokes, it causes heart attacks, it causes all kinds of problems. PM 2.5 can be reduced through electric vehicles. So we always have to keep in mind the why, and I appreciate Ann talking about disadvantaged communities, communities that have been historically marginalized. I also want to emphasize that this is one of those classic cases where everybody benefits from this. We all have health impacts, every single one of us, from PM 2.5, some more than others, and it's important to call that out. So Rob talked about how we have a very clean electricity mix. As a matter of fact, in the month of March, we had 54% of our generation was from carbon-free sources. A lot of people don't realize that. They still think wind and solar is 10, 20%, but we are, when you combine it with nuclear, we actually had 54% in March. Last year, I believe, was right around 40. We'll probably be closer to 45%. However, in just about every scenario to get to zero emissions, you are going to need a massive scale up of even the levels of wind and solar we have right now. With 30 gigawatts, we're going to need several times that of 30 gigawatts of wind. With 10 gigawatts of solar, we're going to need several times that. We're also going to need a lot of storage to manage the variability of the renewables on the system. So one way to do that is to put a big battery in everybody's garage, Tesla Powerwall, somewhere around, don't quote me on this, but $8,000, $10,000, $12,000. You can get cheaper versions from other manufacturers for $5,000. Why would you necessarily do that if you could have it in your car, right? So when you start to project into the future, and I'll show you a couple slides that show this, of a lot of cars and a lot of medium and even heavy duty, maybe not the class 7, 8, which is probably more likely to be hydrogen, but everything up through class 6, we're going to see them later today, and even in some in class 7 and 8, we have the alternatives there now, even with current technology. So, but for all this to work, the cost has to work, right? So let's talk, because that is, when you can find surveys, and always the number one thing is the cost. So I wanted to just show this. You've probably seen it before, and it's a little bit probably hard to read from where you are, but this is basically just showing the drop in prices of lithium-ion batteries. This one only goes back to 2013. When you show 2010, from 2010 to today, we're at an 89% decrease in the last 12 years. And notice, while it is slowing down, those are still big increases. Just from 2020 to 2021, there was another $8 decline. So we continue to come down the learning curve. So what does that mean for market adoption? It means a big deal, right? It means that we are now up to 10% of sales in Europe, 5%, I believe it's up to 5% in the United States. New car sales are electric vehicles. This kind of just shows it another way. These basically show projections out to 2050 and beyond from, for instance, the Energy Information Agency. We are well below currently where only 10 years ago the EIA projected we would be in 2050. Well below, not even close. So I mentioned Rob used to work at ERCOT. We were talking about this morning. 2 years ago in their long-term system assessment, they put in light-duty vehicles, but they did not model medium and heavy-duty vehicles. This is an image from a graphic from a slide that they gave at ERCOT, the long-term system assessment. And what they're showing here, that green line on, what is that, your left, is showing the adoption of school buses. They are now thinking that based on total cost of ownership of school buses actually already being less for electric vehicles than for diesel, that we are going to see a rapid adoption. The other lines are some other classes of vehicles, heavy-duty trucks on the road, percent of light-duty on the road. That's not a percent of sales. To reach, this is out to 2037. So to reach those kinds of levels, the percentage of sales would have to be well above 50%, probably closer to 100. And local heavy duties as well. So you can see they're getting up towards that 20%. Now on the right, that's pretty interesting, that what kind of looks like that big U shape is light duty vehicles. Now, I wanted to show this because this makes some major assumptions. And I don't think they're bad assumptions, but it's going to require a lot of folks like you sitting in the room. How many in the room work for some kind of fleet? You're a fleet manager or operator, have some connection to a fleet. Okay, so a lot of you. Okay, so that's showing light-duty vehicles. The other ones, though, are showing buses, local heavy-duty trucks. And you can see there on the left, that's a gigawatt of load. So, you know, Austin is about 3 or 4 gigawatts. We're talking about a gigawatt of load, about a third of an Austin, just for local heavy-duty vehicles in ERCOT. And about a third of an Austin for some of the long-haul heavy-duty trucks. So how those are actually charged, and what this is showing is that most of that, this is showing 1 through 24 the hours of the day, that most of that charge is going to happen at night. If that happens during the night, we will increase our ability to decarbonize, we will increase our grid resiliency. If most of that charging is happening during the day, then we're going to have major problems. And this is why software, like Ann's working on and so many other companies are working on, is so important, because there's only a limited amount somebody can do, sort of sitting there controlling it day to day. They got other things to do in their job. So we're going to need software to automate this. The very last thing I just wanted to say in my comments before we get to questions, because it's in here, if you look at the agenda, I'm supposed to talk about this, is the procurement and what that means. I think you are going to see a mega trend over the next 10 years, like you've seen over the last 10 years. The last 10 years, you saw a big trend for corporations making pledges and following up on that to purchase renewables. Much of that renewables purchased in the state of Texas through PPAs, power purchase agreements. There's already a group, it's called the Climate Group. They have something called the EV 100. They're actually over 100 now. They've got 121 major companies or entities around the world that have pledged to be 100% EV. I think it's up to a 7-ton truck or something like that. You can look at the particulars on their website, but I think you're going to see more and more do that, because corporate sustainability goals to get to 100%, you've got your power sector, but if you're somebody like, whatever company you might be, IKEA, HEB, Frito-Lay, whatever you might be, if you're running trucks around, that's a huge part of your carbon footprint. All right, so there's a lot more I want to say, but I'm going to stop so we leave at least a few minutes for questions. Do we have any in already? You've got them? Yeah.
I can help bring up the screen real quick. It's got a come on. Sorry. Well, there's one question that I had, like, to start off, and that is that Texas does lack a lot of like kind of top-down strategies. Sorry, Texas lacks a lot of top-down strategies. Other states may have. We don't have explicit ZEV mandates or low carbon fuel standards. So what does Texas offer that can help offset some of this, help us achieve some of the need access for critical?
I'm going to take it first and then turn it over if that's okay. So a couple things. First of all, in order to get the federal money from the bipartisan infrastructure law that Rob was talking about for highway charging, TxDOT had to put forward a plan for highway charging that's actually open for public comment right now. If you just Google TxDOT EV charging plan, I'm really impressed. by what they've done. I think it's really good work. It certainly could use improvements, and my opinion on how good it is isn't as important as y'all in this room, especially if you're fleet managers or work for utilities or whatever it is you do. So look at that plan. There's an opportunity to engage with TxDOT there. We have TERP, the Texas Emission Reduction Plan. The legislature did, it's still not, we're collecting $250 million a year as a state. We're only spending $170 million of that. The good news is they used to only spend $77 million. It'd be nice if they spent all the money they're collecting on emissions reductions, given what we know that it has, you know, the problems for health. But $177 million a year on emissions reductions is a big deal. There are pots of money in there for electric vehicles. So I would encourage people to look at that. And last but not least, the PUC just the other day asked for comments, the long open comment period to June 15th, wanting to know about distributed energy resource planning. Electric vehicles are distributed energy resources. We can set up a system where we have vehicle to grid and you're actually getting paid. That even brings down that total cost of ownership even more, where you're getting paid to provide that power back to the grid. Maybe you're getting paid something just for managed charging, more to provide the power back to the grid. The PUC needs to hear from people out there so they can develop the structures to make it possible for all that. Rob or Ann? Yeah.
First, to definitely echo what Doug said about the opportunities with certain funds like TERP and things like that. But I think that state doesn't necessarily just need mandates. I think they've got a friendly business structure. They've got a really educated workforce. I think there's industry knowledge from previous experience with hydrocarbons that can actually adapt in some ways to the development of hydrogen. So I think there are some just inherent things that just make sense. I do think it is necessary that there's some concerted leadership from the top to not pit resources against each other and really accept the fact that we can embrace everything and that that's what's going to help us get there on energy expansion as well as cleaner air for everybody.
So I actually have like a few questions for everyone to ask as well. There's a couple of these a little similar, so I'm asking both. I guess one is, how important is the concern to our electric grid that is stressed with just our current demand play on EV's demands? Then a little bit similar to that is, the 2037 hourly charging forecast looks like a standard duck curve. Is renewable production in Texas aligned with demand times, or is it opposite? So
That's a great question.
does that make sense?
I think, and I'll go ahead and start if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think given the flexible, it is a challenge that will need to be overcome, that everyone changes their use patterns, and I think that that's possible. I do think that we will have enough resources. There is plenty coming online on the queue at ERCOT. I think that there's more battery storage that's going to come online. I think when Doug mentioning the distribution level questions the PUC is asking, that's another opportunity. But really, it's just people understanding habits and when to charge and when to use things and being kind of aware consumers. I don't think we need to be afraid of high flexible loads that can kind of alter with the time of use. I think that's definitely something that is an opportunity. And I don't know if you have anything to add.
This is something that, you know, being that I've been studying with my coworkers for a long time, but dating back to my ARPA-E days. I want to, actually there is going to be a presentation at a grid conference tomorrow that my collaborators at Texas A&M and I co-authored on a case study of large-scale EV load on the transmission load using on the transmission grid using ERCOT as an example. So that case study, again, it was just a case study, but it actually showed that in some cases, EV load, even when it's just a standard duck curve like that, because of the amount of wind energy that's in the ERCOT grid that often blows in the early morning, middle of the night, early morning hours. EV load could, in some cases, actually lessen the burden on the transmission backbone. We're not saying that that is a sweeping statement, but at least we've shown in large-scale grid studies that is a possibility. Now, as to echo Doug's point, that's where control mechanisms in software and charging and incentives could help us nudge towards the outcomes that we would like, right? So that we move and design a future that is beneficial to the grid instead of putting more burden on the grid.
I know we're pretty much at time, but I just want to make sure, and I appreciate the way y'all were brave when Lori said, do you know what NCT-COG is? Some of you raised your hand when you didn't. If you don't know what the duck curve is, raise your hand. Who does not know what the duck curve is? Okay, so, all right, so let's just take a quick minute. So in California right now, they have so much solar that at the middle of the day, and I wish I would have had a chart to show, but if you picture the shape of a duck, their sort of net load, which is basically when you have so much renewables and you only have so much demand, you actually have more power than you necessarily know what to do with. It actually becomes a problem that there's so much solar, right? So one thing you can kind of see here, the charging of the light duty vehicles going up around 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and that's probably because ERCOT's modeling solar. I think, well, you can check me on this, tell me if I'm wrong in 15 years, but I think, it's 15 years, so nobody will remember I said this, but I think in 15 years you're actually going to see a much bigger charging peak in the middle of the day because we're going to have so much solar. So actually, there are concerns, and they're important concerns to address, that electric vehicles will further stress the grid, but if we do this right, as Ann said, they actually can increase grid resilience by making sure we're charging when we have an abundance of energy and enabling the bidirectional flow for periods of scarcity. Because I heard a utility executive say one time, you see an electric car, you see this like nice Tesla, you see this school bus, and you're like, oh, this looks so cool. He's like, you know what we see as utility people? We see a battery on 4 wheels, right? They're batteries. They're available to the grid if we enable that.
So, one last question. I will actually flag. There's a good question to ask. Besides being more environmentally friendly, what is the benefit of switching to an electric fleet for business? We will be talking about that at length today, just so you know. So I want to ask the panelists, generally total cost of ownership is the bottom line. And again, we'll go into that in depth throughout the day. The only other question I did want to flag was, can you presume that the NOx potential reduction heat map, the one that you showed me, will parallel the one shown for PM 2.5? Does that make sense?
Is this one? This one's PM.
This is PM.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is.
Yeah, this is PM. NOx is harder because it's a precursor to ozone, so we don't typically show the primary, like the dispersion, but there are ozone benefits, regional, so NOx benefits would be more regional, but PM benefits can be quite a bit more local.
Cool, great. And actually, this person submitted the question correctly. I asked it properly, so give that to you. I'll do better next time. All right, with that, that's our panelists. Let's give them a round of applause.
And you're staying up.
And you're here.
Yeah, you don't get to go.
So we're now going to have a panel discuss the I-45 overview. So we're going to invite Lori and NCT-COG to come up here and join the stage. Thank you all for submitting questions. We'll keep these in track. Some of these also will be discussed throughout the day. Try to pick the ones that are just specific to this panel. With that, Lori, if you're ready to go, I will hand the mic over to you. Just so you know, after this panel, we'll have about a 10-minute break. Networking, grabbing snacks, whatever else So with that, Lori, take it away.
So yes, we have a I-45 ZEV corridor plan, and I blanked on the fact that Soraya and I decided how we were going to tag team this shortly before we started today. So I'm actually going to hand it over to her to give you all an overview of an introduction, and then I'll kind of wrap that up, and then we'll hand over to Ann.
Thank you. Would you mind passing the clicker as well? Thank you. All right. Well, my name is Soraya Dini. I'm with the North Central Texas Council of Governments. I report to Lori Clark. I'm on our air quality team. I've been working on planning this workshop, as mentioned. Thank you. But also working on our I-45 corridor plan, which we'll talk about briefly here. So the I-45 corridor plan was a small planning grant that we received from the Federal Highways Administration. This is from part of their alt fuel corridor program that we were given to be able to develop a plan between the Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston corridor of I-45. So that's about 300-mile stretch between Dallas and the Houston Galveston area. That plan is looking at the adoption of zero emission vehicles, so it is inclusive of battery electric as well as hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, and that is where we're making recommendations for the first deployments of the first hydrogen fueling infrastructure, as well as the deployment of BEV medium and heavy duty infrastructure. And so as part of this process, we wear the hat as a council of governments. We do not wear the hat as a fleet operator or fuel provider. And so this planning of the development of the plan requires a lot of stakeholder engagement. And so getting feedback from you, everyone in this room, to be able to provide us enough engagement to be able to produce a document that's meaningful, and that then the people in this room can then use in the next few years as a path forward to be able to take the next steps to adopt zero emission infrastructure. And so just a kind of overview of what this plan includes, stakeholder lists. So again, bringing all the different groups together, so not just fleet operators, fuel providers, infrastructure providers, anyone that can have hands, so making this a holistic approach to the hydrogen fuel cell and electric vehicle adoption, and bringing that infrastructure together. We've held several workshops, so this is kind of the tail end of the workshops where we're kind of providing an overview and partnering with EDF on making this an all-day event. And so the big piece of the deliverables is also a final document that we are producing at the later on in a month. And so I will then, of course, Zev Ride and Drive and Display. We are hitting that deliverable today as part of our event later on. And we will also be asking for stakeholder supports, letters of support. There we go. All right. So I know for the most of the people in this room, the heavy duty and medium sector, medium and heavy duty battery electric and vehicle sector is of most interest. But as again, this was a Federal Highways Administration funded plan, and so we did include the light duty recommendations for BEV infrastructure. And so with the I-45 corridor, the current status is it's not completely designated as corridor ready. So the Federal Highways Administration currently designates corridors as either a fuel pending or fuel ready. And so we have about 111-mile stretch of the I-45 corridor that is currently designated as pending. And so we have made recommendations based on during the planning process of us developing this plan. Federal Highways Administration, as some of you may have known, with the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure law, had released round 6 of their corridor nominations. And so in those new standards being released, we emulated those in our plan and what we are recommending in terms of qualifying stations and where those placements would be made. I'm sorry. And so in that approach to our making those recommendations, some of the key criteria of what we were looking at is, are those, are we looking at locations that currently there isn't infrastructure, so designated as pending? B, are those areas that there is an intersection point with another national highway system, so let's get the most bang for our buck in terms of intersecting with other areas that could be designated as well as a alt-fuel corridor. And then also looking at the amenities that we were able to use different Google sources to be able to put together at each of the exits along that 290-mile stretch of the corridor. And then one of the most important criteria is we wanted to make sure there wasn't a direct connect ramp so that people could actually exit get off at the exit and not have to hop on to another highway. And so from those recommendations, we were able to come down to 2 locations that met the criteria, and those fell into these stations in Buffalo, as well as we kind of had 2 locations in Corsicana that met the criteria listed, and so that's where we have the either or opportunity. Of course, we're not recommending both of those stations. This isn't a endorsement on COG's behalf, but again, based on the criteria that we have listed, this is something that we have determined to be most suitable for the purposes of our plan and reaching the goal of corridor ready status. And so moving on to the infrastructure for the heavy duty vehicles, I will allow Lori to take over as I move the mic from my face.
Thanks, Brad. So for the Federal Highways Alternative Fuel Corridor Program, right now, really all of their corridor designation criteria and things like that are focused on enabling passenger vehicle travel. There is a requirement from the bipartisan infrastructure law for the Federal Highway Administration to develop freight corridors, and that will happen within the year. So we're actually out in front of that a little bit with our recommendations, and hopefully this will be informative to Federal Highways. We hope to be able to kind of share this information with them in a way that's meaningful for their freight corridor designations. But really, all we have to go on right now is the guidance that they've issued for light-duty passenger vehicle-oriented stations. When we look at the existing I-45 corridor, we're just looking at a blank slate. There are EV charging stations, as Soraya showed, but if you've ever seen an electric vehicle charging station, and if you picture one of those large zero-emission trucks that we have out front of the building pulling into one of those traditionally styled electric vehicle charging stations, you might imagine that could be a problem. They're going to have to pull sideways, they're going to block the station. We've seen some fabulous pictures that hopefully we can put to work in our final plan document. But really, we're looking at a blank slate. And so what we're trying to achieve is filling in that corridor to have a charging station suitable for medium and heavy-duty trucks every 50 miles, consistent with the existing Federal Highways criteria, and a fueling station for hydrogen fuel cell vehicles every 150 miles is the latest Federal Highways Administration guidance. Okay. I'm on next slide. So one of the things that we wanted to use with this is an evaluation of where truck traffic currently goes. So this is a data set called Streetlight. Anybody can use it. It's available for purchase. So streetlightdata.com. I'm not giving a shout out to Streetlight necessarily, but I do want to give a shout out to TxDOT because TxDOT has a contract with Streetlight, and because we are also a metropolitan planning organization, we were able to leverage that contract to use the Streetlight data ourselves. And so what Streetlight does, it's one of those location-based data sets where it's taking smartphone data or navigation system data, pings from drivers, and there's an identifier that distinguishes whether this is a passenger vehicle or a commercial truck. So they were able to isolate the commercial trucks and look and see where do they go. And so one of the things that we wanted to look at was if a truck leaves Dallas-Fort Worth headed south, is it going anywhere other than Houston? If a truck leaves Houston going north, is it going anywhere other than DFW? By and large, the vast majority of traffic, if it leaves DFW, it's Houston bound. If it leaves Houston, it is DFW bound. So the Streetlight data was able to help us kind of validate that, what we believed and what was anecdotally true, but it gave us the data to kind of back that up. But you can see one of the analysis, this is just an example. This was looking at southbound traffic leaving the Dallas-Fort Worth area on I-45 headed south. You can see what the data looks like. You can see there's a few turning points, but not a lot. And this is not representative of the number of truck trips. It's just the colors represent magnitude. And then the way we were looking at that is also to help us identify what are the endpoints of our corridor. And so you see that once you hit the Houston region, if you're familiar with Houston, there's basically 3 loops. You've got Grand Parkway, you've got Sam Houston Tollway / Beltway 8, and you've got Loop 610. And trucks really kind of circle the city on all 3 of those loops. So we really looked at kind of that northernmost point of Houston, or as kind of our southern endpoint, and then looked at I-20 and I-45 as our endpoint on the Dallas end. So what we were looking at, again, is a blank corridor, and we were wanting to look for locations that intersected a freight network roadway. So TxDOT has a designated network of freight system corridor network roadways. Again, no direct connect ramps. We wanted to make sure that the exits that we were looking at were accessible from both directions of traffic. Sometimes you encounter an exit out in the middle of I-45 where, like, if you're northbound, you can hit that cross street, but southbound traffic, it's kind of wonky to make that turn. So we wanted something that would really be navigable from both directions to hit all traffic. And again, to capture any turning points that were indicated by streetlight. And so what we have come to, and we'll be taking stakeholder feedback on our plan, so if you don't like this, you have an opportunity to let us know, is a recommendation for 5 EV charging sites developed with heavy-duty vehicles in mind, 3 for hydrogen. Those 3 for hydrogen would also have EV chargers at them, and then 2 additional sites. So you've got one on the southern Houston end, in Huntsville, Buffalo, Corsicana, and Wintergreen Road, which is where the Union Pacific Intermodal Facility is. For anybody who's familiar with DFW, you know that area is crawling with trucks. And I know Laura knows that. So with that, wrong button. We don't have time to go over everything else that will be in the plan this morning, but just wanted to make everybody aware we're also going to be discussing incentives, policy recommendations, things like that. So, and with the incentives, we're talking about here's the incentive programs that exist, here's some barriers and some potential solutions to overcome those barriers. So hopefully everything that comes out of this plan that we're developing is very actionable. And with that, we'll be around all day long. So we'd be happy to talk with y'all during the breaks and network, but I want to hand it over to Ann.
Thank you, Laurie. Thank you, Soraya. Hey, everyone. I wanted to tell you about this project that Electrotempo has under support of the Vehicle Technologies Office of the Department of Energy. It's a mouthful. It's called Scalable Truck Charging Demand Simulation for Cost Optimized Infrastructure Planning. But we're using we're doing a case study for the Houston and Dallas mega region and the I-45 corridor in between. So just to give you an overview of the project and some background of this. So since I was already here like during the previous panel, so Electrotempo as a company, we are a spin-off company from Texas A&M Transportation Institute. And the genesis of that was that we developed some charging demand simulation software or the core algorithms under the support of U.S. Department of Transportation. It's a University Transportation Center program. And so as a technology transfer effort, we spun out the company to focus on electrification. So the key motivation, I guess, for myself was based on my experience being at ARPA-E, directing research and development programs there in transportation and energy, and also overseeing the entire portfolio and analyzing the impacts of those programs. I came to understand that the transportation side and the grids and the energy side are two very siloed sectors, and the electrification brings them together. And the key and the binding element of the two sides is charging. So charging and fueling for that matter. And the key questions are fairly straightforward: is how much, where, and when. And where and when especially matter to the electric grid because of the potential grid impact that we talked about earlier in the previous panel. And the key, the problem there and why we need software for that is that the data from two sides are very separate. So we talked about, I think earlier mentioned how electric vehicles to the grid are batteries on wheels. And up until now, the utilities have not had to understand the travel patterns. So to the utilities, the charging demand from electric vehicles are unpredictable, right? You don't know where they're going to be, when they're going to charge. And then to the transportation sector, the utilities are a completely unknown entity, completely unknown entities too. We don't know because I come from a transportation background, so we don't know the processes and the different departments and organizations in the utility side. And that's when I feel, we all play to our strengths. That as a data nerd, I could play a role in at least bringing the two sides. Something to think about is actually both sides are, and in that sense, for the hydrogen infrastructure too. Both sides, transportation and energy, we're talking infrastructure. And infrastructure follow actually fairly parallel tracks. We have the planning process, the long-term planning process, and and then go down to right plan, design, construction, operations, and maintenance. So if we can bring the processes together through data and tools, we have a chance of designing the electric transportation future that we all would desire. And that's actually the genesis of this project. A key challenge, though, when it comes to trucks is that the data on trucks are much harder to obtain than compared to light-duty vehicles. In light-duty vehicles, the metropolitan planning organizations traditionally have the travel demand model that is built on top of the household travel survey, which is a very, very mature process. But on the commercial vehicle side, is a lot more opaque. And so Soraya and Lori have so far talked about charging infrastructure planning from a traffic perspective. But then again, to marry that, to really connect that to the fueling system, be it hydrogen or the electric grid, we need to know how much fuel they need and when they're going to need to charge or refuel and where that's going to be. And that's what this project is. So our objective, it's a 3-year project funded by VTO, Vehicle Technologies Office. So we are developing this large-scale simulation model that can help utilities and regional governments understand at a very large spatial scale, but drill down to a very fine spatial resolution. Our methods actually go down to land parcels to identify where the truck depots are, to really help marry the two sides so that the fueling infrastructure can come up to speed as well. So the foundational work, as I mentioned, was the algorithms that we developed when I was still at TTI under the University Transportation Center program, where we looked at light-duty vehicle charging demand. So you can see that these are 2 animations playing. These are for the Houston region, where we looked at the hour-by-hour profile for the entire region, the home charging demand and public charging demand. We also have the same view for workplace. So right now we're actually supporting the Houston region, supporting specifically Evolve Houston, to help the Houston region understand what the charging demand looks like and how they're gonna develop their regional charging infrastructure from the light duty side. And that's what this slide is about. So here, what I would like to emphasize is that the profile is what really important in terms of bringing all the stakeholders together, both on the transportation side and the utility side. And the profile, hour by hour profile, drilling down to every street block, helps everyone understand what charging infrastructure and grid upgrades there might be. This is actually an earlier version. We actually, if you're interested, I have that on my laptop. We actually have this is fresh. out of the oven. We actually have Dallas now too. Yeah, I think many thanks to the COG that we obtained the travel demand model from them as input. So we actually have hour-by-hour charging profiles for home, workplace, and public for the entire Dallas region as well. And that goes down, actually I have a better view that goes down to census block level, so we can then overlay the demographics and understand what the equity implications are. The reason why I wanted to start with light duty vehicles is that, well, for one thing, light duty vehicles make up for the majority of all the vehicles out there, and that's where current, EV momentum is. And also from a grid planning and fueling perspective, right, you have to consider all the vehicle segments. If a transformer has to take the load, it has to take the existing residential, commercial, industrial load, what have you, the upcoming light duty load, and the medium and heavy duty load. So we have to consider all of the segments, and we have the capability of doing that. So right now, what we have started on over the past 6 months or so of this project kicking off is that we have developed a prototype medium and heavy duty vehicle charging demand as well. So it's very much in the same vein of what I just showed you in terms of light duty demand, charging demand. Our thought process is that given the lessons learned these days from a lot of the studies and pilot programs like the ones running out of NACV, Run on Less programs, is that the battery electric trucks are more applicable to short haul, medium duty applications. A lot of the urban trucks charging, so those are going to charge from the depot first. It's almost like light duty vehicles. The first adopters are going to charge at their home, so the trucks are going to charge at home base. So we developed a regional view to look at where the home charging is going to be for the first batch of electric trucks. So underneath the charging demand simulation view, so what you're seeing here is the actual charging demand measured by kilowatt for every hour. And so one hour over there is 10 o'clock and one is I think 4 o'clock in the morning. So you can see with simulation and based on truck travel patterns, again based on all the information that we already have from the transportation planning efforts, that we get a sense of understanding of where trucks go when they come back, origins and destinations, and then based on that we model the energy consumption pattern and charging behavior and charging rates to get that kind of the temporal resolution. But I wanted to say that actually underneath that, we have developed a very refined way to identify where these truck homes are. Right? So I think it actually, we've got Randy from Encore here. It's actually some statistic I learned from Encore that in the Encore territory there are some 20,000 truck fleets that has more than 20 trucks in the Encore territory. So the difficulty comes in to a utility and to a regional government is it's extremely difficult to actually find where all these fleet depots are that they could potentially charge. And then on top of that, which of these fleets actually have a propensity to electrify soon, right, in the short, medium, and long term. So we developed this methodology where we look at taking all of the parcels in a region, and based on a lot of different sources, on fleet databases, county business property databases, and some proprietary commercial databases, and develop some modeling techniques to pinpoint the probability of each parcel being a truck depot, and on top of that, based on our research and the commitments that fleets have made, identifying which fleets are likely to electrify at this location, you know, in the short, medium, and long term, the type of fleets that's at that location and the size of the fleet. So that's what underpins the model. The next steps, like to continue on, you know, I mentioned that our thought process is that we first have to understand where kind of the truck homes are and the home charging patterns for the trucks are. But in, you know, in line with the I-45 corridor planning efforts, we also then have to understand where the long, you know, at least the regional haul patterns are and the charging hotspots are along the corridor. And that's what we have planned to do for the rest of the year. So I do want to highlight, I highlighted the last part where we will be looking at long haul truck traffic simulation is because this is a separate study that I had led just a year ago on drayage truck. We looked at drayage truck electrification feasibility for the trucks that operate at and around Port Houston. What we found is, yes, like battery electric vehicles are already, you know, quite feasible for a majority of the operations. But, so you see the different lines, each line actually represents a fleet that we looked at in that study. So every fleet operates very differently. For some fleets, a truck with a 360 kilowatt hour battery pack can meet quite a bit, right? The black line there can meet more than 80% of its operations, but for other fleets, you know, we're looking at 40%, 50%. So it's on the fleet by fleet basis. So that what it means is that on a full battery pack, right, still there is, you know, more than 50% of your operations that cannot be met with a full battery pack, you know, if you only charge at the depot. Which means if there are opportunities to charge outside of the depot, along the corridor, or at the truck's destination, then it extends the possibility of truck electrification. So that's why it is so important to also look at corridor charging as much, you know, depot charging, you know, has received in terms of attention. So, you know, finally, I just want to put in a plug. As part of our this DOE effort, we are looking to convene an industry advisory board. So, you know, we are looking especially, you know, like I said, to bring the stakeholders together from both the utility side and the fleet side. That so please come, please step forward, let us know what part of our study is useful to you and what part is not so much, and how we can help the two sides communicate to each other. And by becoming our advisor, we will provide, you know, free access to a lot of the data analytics that we have developed through this project and help moving the progress along. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry to reach.
So just we have a couple questions, built in some cushion in time for today, so we'll roll over, we'll get to our break here shortly. But a couple things specifically for this panel. Do you all know, is the I-45 project looking at H2 fueling infrastructure presently? And if not, is that the plan?
I guess the answer depends on which I-45 project the question is about. If it's about the one that NCT COG, the plan, yes, absolutely. So as I mentioned, we have a recommendation for 3 hydrogen fueling stations to be within the 150-mile federal highways interval. I will let Ann speak to whether or not hers is incorporating hydrogen.
Yeah, so we will in the plan, as you know, as part of understanding the long haul travel pattern or the regional travel pattern, we will be, you know, recommending both the charging battery electric charging and hydrogen charging needs.
How does electric grid infrastructure factor into the NCT cog I-45 DCFC site?
So we, talking to some of our utility friends, stakeholders, on the light duty side in particular, Federal Highways has put out some guidance that to qualify as a corridor compliant EV charging station, each charging station has to have at least 4 SAE CCS connectors capable of powering a vehicle at 150 kilowatts at all times, which means the entire site has to have a capacity of at least 600 kilowatts of power. Our stakeholders have indicated that that's not really a concern in terms of electric grid capacity, at least along I-45, that providing that type of power to a site on the light duty side in particular is not necessarily problematic. And so we didn't really factor in any sort of grid capacity issues in the light duty siting recommendations. On the heavy duty side, we understand that that probably is a little bit more of an issue, but as Ann said, from a transportation planning perspective, we don't know a lot about the electric grid, and vice versa. And so that is kind of one of those next steps, which is part of why we were very happy to support the Vehicle Technologies Office proposal that Ann put in to kind of take the plan recommendations to that next level and say, okay, based on traffic, here's where siting might be, but now let's integrate the grid modeling. And we have every expectation that with technology changing the way it is, the plan that we publish here in the next few months is going to need to be revisited in the next couple of years with latest and greatest data, with grid implication information to layer in and things like that. So that will be a follow-on.
Will charging areas provide for breaks and the necessities of drivers, including rescue, showers, parking, accommodations, and mechanical service?
So we think that that is a best practice, and that's part of why Soraya mentioned the amenities that we looked at, and on the medium and heavy duty side, we looked especially at the presence of truck stops, believing that especially if a driver has a government mandated rest period, if there are hours of service rules that apply to that driver, there's going to need to be things to do so that that stop provides not only fuel for the truck, but also all of the other things that the driver himself needs. And so that is part of what factored into our recommendations is which locations along this corridor have that existing development. We're looking to see if we can identify vacant parcels of land that are big enough that they could accommodate a brand new ground up purpose-built development. I will say one of the things that we're also incorporating is kind of a future-proofing consideration about autonomous trucks. Autonomous trucks probably need something different. Autonomous trucks don't want to interact with human drivers, right? And so looking at locations where maybe, or making a recommendation that station developers maybe think about that, lay out your sites in a way that they can be segregated with one side designed to accommodate autonomous, one side designed to accommodate human drivers, because autonomous trucks don't want to interact with human drivers if they can avoid it. So I believe that's the feedback we've gotten from stakeholders, but somebody is in the room who can truth us up on that if need be.
Cool. And then one other question, and we'll take a break. Will Texas have portable chargers for units that cannot proceed along the corridor due to unsafe lane blockages or something like that? I will offer real quick that I have, my understanding is the biggest challenge with that is the availability of those type of charging stations and like storage tanks, and Doug and also correct me otherwise, but as I've had conversations with TxDOT and some with TCEQ, like that's their biggest thing is like we know that like these are built for these highways because I understand that's where the federal grant money is for. Everything else is like what is even possible because different utilities, different co-ops, like who's providing the energy at those spots are kind of what is how much portable capacity is available. I know I was talking to CenterPoint a couple weeks ago, Energy. They want to be able to provide that. Encore like to be able to provide that. There's a limit in what they currently allow to provide regulatory regulation and legislative authority. So that is a question that we are continuing to work on. If y'all have anything else on that area.
I'll just add that there are companies that provide mobile charging services where the charger comes to you, sort of like a AAA type of service. And so we have posed the question to TxDOT, like, hey, y'all, in the event of an evacuation, y'all provide emergency fueling for traditional gasoline vehicles. Have you thought about expanding that to include emergency charging services for battery electric vehicles? It's on their radar, so we'll see.
Yeah, that's a great point. The Texas Department of Emergency Management also, Chief Kidd, who runs that, he especially with Winter Storm Uri, like he saw a lot of like portable energy, portable storage. He loves it. Like he's pushing really hard for emergency situations when you put the roads up. We need to have these set up. Like, he wants like every fire station to be able to have some type of charging in where they are. So I think it's something that Texas leaders are looking for, and we need to continue advocating for. With that, there's a couple more questions. Some of them will come to later. If I just keep not coming to your question, please feel free to yell at me. I'm sure you get asked. With that, we're going to take a 10-minute break, stretch our legs. We'll come back and talk some about hydrogen and electric infrastructure. We'll come back at about 10:30.
We'll do it this way. Again, thanks for joining us this morning. It was a great group. And thank you to NCTCOM and to EDF for hosting this. This is a great turnout again, and very, very happy to be here. So this morning, we don't have a lot of time each of us to talk, but we have some fantastic speakers this morning. I want to sort of kick off the panel here with a little bit of overview on, I guess actually I should back up and just tell you who GTI is. And I'm not going to spend much time here. I do encourage you to take a look at our website, GTI Energy, which is listed at GTI.energy, which is listed here on the bottom of 10 of the slide. But we're not a profit research development organization. But what I'm going to do is give you a little bit of an overview this morning to sort of kick off the panel as to why are we even talking about hydrogen. We've talked about it a few times in the past 2 or 3 decades. It comes in conversation and fades away. So why are we talking about it today? To back up even a little bit more, let me ask you, who's heard of this becoming energy transition? That seems to be a sort of it's part of the lingo these days. Well, let me posit to you that we have actually been in an energy transition for the last 15 years or so. And what you're looking at here really is sort of the results from an emissions perspective of that energy transition. We have two events that happened over the last 15 years. One is we've had tremendous growth of natural gas production and use, which has helped to reduce emissions by replacing coal. At the same time, somewhat interrelated but a separate event, is we've had a tremendous growth in renewables, wind and solar. These have both happened at the same time, and because of this, we've been able to reduce overall CO2 emissions by about a gigaton a year. And by doing more of the same, we can reduce emissions probably by another gigaton a year. But we can't hit those deep decarbonization goals that our policymakers have set for us by doing more of the same. We're going to have to do something different. So this is where hydrogen, and this is why we're talking about hydrogen, this is where hydrogen comes into the conversation. Hydrogen, we'll talk about one thing I'll mention briefly, because some of the previous speakers mentioned the duck curve and some of the challenges with energy storage on the grid. Hydrogen is being looked at as a large gigawatt hour scale energy storage solution for the grid. It's also being looked at, and what's relevant for this audience today, as a transportation solution. A lot of the emissions reductions that I'm pointing out here has mostly occurred from the power generation sector. Now it's time to turn to the transmission sector. Here we go. So what I'm going to suggest, and again, we don't have a lot of time to talk about this today, but what I'm suggesting to you is that infrastructure, to help us hit these deep decarbonization goals, we need to leverage infrastructure and better integrate the infrastructure that we have. We can expand, modify, and in some cases repurpose infrastructure. But this is one of the tools, and by the way, Texas is a state, of course, that's rich in energy infrastructure. So we'll need to leverage that in order to hit these deep decarbonization goals that we have. I won't go through this entire slide here because we spent 30 minutes just on this, but again, CO2, hydrogen, natural gas, the electric power grid, renewables, these all can work together to help us again hit these decarbonization goals. With that, as sort of a, why are we here today? I want to quickly introduce our panel. We have Ed Young with Toyota, who'll be our first speaker. Toyota is there's a good chance that we wouldn't be talking about hydrogen fuel cell vehicles were it not for the early work that Toyota has done. Toyota's really been a leader in this area, and Ed's going to share some of the work that they've done in this space. Then we have my good friend Jeff Harrington, who is with Air Liquide. Again, Air Liquide has been a leader, not just in the U.S., but in Europe as well, in hydrogen infrastructure deployment. And Jeff's going to share some of the things that Air Liquide's doing. Next, we have Robert Meany with Kaizen. Robert, who I don't know, have not known very long, but Kaizen has some really interesting concepts that Robert's going to share with us today on hydrogen, on a different look at the hydrogen infrastructure. And then finally, my good friend and co-collaborator, Mike Lewis with the University of Texas. UT has been working together with GTI and many others too on hydrogen infrastructure and hydrogen vehicle platforms for at least the last 15 years or so. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ed and take it away.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ed Young. I work for Toyota. I've been involved in the development of hydrogen fueling infrastructure actually for about 5.5 years. So, we're here to talk about hydrogen. Many of you are wondering, just to build on what Ryan was saying, why hydrogen? What's wrong with diesel today? Certainly from a commercial vehicle perspective, it's such an ideal fuel. It contains a significant amount of energy. It is very stable at room temperature. It is a liquid. It can be very easily stored, transported. Why can't we continue using diesel? And certainly relative to gasoline, it has less of a carbon footprint, but the challenge with diesel is that it still has that carbon footprint and with the additional emission relative to SOx and NOx. So Toyota is taking a portfolio approach relative to vehicle electrification. So we will continue to offer hybrid electric powertrains relative, as we all know, relative to the Prius. We will also offer plug-in hybrid electric powertrains, battery electric powertrains, and also fuel cell. And the advantage of fuel cell electric powertrains is that it doesn't take in as much metals to produce, and hydrogen can be fueled fairly quickly. So hence our portfolio approach to decarbonization. So our position is that no matter how environmentally friendly a vehicle is, it cannot contribute to the decarbonization of transportation unless it is widely used and widely adopted by all consumers. So our fuel cell electric vehicle, Toyota launched the Toyota Mirai back in the 2014 timeframe. We've been researching and developing hydrogen fuel cell powertrains since the early 90s, resulted in the 2014 global launch of the Toyota Mirai, which is the vehicle on the left. Back then, in that first generation vehicle, we could produce only 3,000 vehicles per year. It was produced on Toyota's oldest manufacturing line, the Machi line. And so about half of those vehicles were allocated to California. And then in around December of 2020, we went to the next generation Mirai, and we moved into our brand new manufacturing facility, which is capable of producing 30,000 fuel cell stacks per year. So outside of this building, there is a Mirai sitting there for on display. And currently in California, there are about 10,000 fuel cell electric vehicles on the road, and it's supported by around 50 hydrogen fueling stations across the state. So for next generation Mirai is coming on sale, and as mentioned, it's outside for display. So the 50 or so fueling stations in California are supported by a network of what you see here. So fueling stations from First Element, Botani, Shell, and many you guys sold your batch to someone else, but this is what you would see in California supporting these vehicles. And one of the more interesting things about fuel cell electric powertrains is the scalability. So in around the 2016, 2017 timeframe, our technical teams in Gardena took two Mirai fuel cell stacks. I think I'll point you to the picture in the top left. Took two fuel cell stacks out of two Mirais, ripped it out, and they went out and purchased a Kenworth T660 truck without a powertrain. So it was essentially an empty shell. We shoved the two fuel cell stacks in there, put in there heavy-duty electric motors, larger capacity batteries, and larger capacity hydrogen tanks, and created our, I think at that time it was the first Class 8 fuel cell electric truck in the world. We followed that up with the red truck that we called the Beta truck. At that point, when we first purchased the truck from Kenworth, the story goes is that they didn't know we purchased this thing. But when we revealed the T660, they figured out obviously it was us, and then they said, hey, the T680 might be a better fit for what you're trying to do. So we went with the red truck there, and that truck followed about a year later. Larger capacity tanks, and so that, both those vehicles have a range of 200 miles. And subsequently, about a year later in 2018, the California Energy Commission announced a $41 million grant to support the creation of 10 fuel cell electric trucks. So those are the white trucks on the middle picture on the right side. So there are 10 of those that were created via the grant program, along with two heavy-duty hydrogen fueling stations across California, to create a network of fuel cell electric trucks and also the fueling infrastructure. So the blue truck at the bottom there is what we call our Gamma truck, so that's our next generation prototype. And then the white truck at the bottom is a truck produced by Hino, which is a subsidiary of Toyota Motor Corporation, and so that is their fuel cell electric truck. So that really is the scalability of fuel cell electric powertrains, and all of the trucks, the blue one, the top, the red one, and the white ones, hauling cargo, doing drayage runs out at the Port of Los Angeles and the Port of Long Beach. For those of you who know those two ports, they're right next to each other, they're not they're far away. So those two ports are next to each other, and they can do work in the SoCal area. And just to showcase, this is our heavy-duty fueling station that is at the Port of Long Beach. It's actually at our facility at the Port of Long Beach. That station was developed in partnership with Shell and partially funded by the CDC grant. And so that's a perspective on what a heavy-duty fueling station looks like. And so some folks might argue, might ask the question, since fuel cell, it seems like in the electrification battle, and we don't really consider it a battle, but in vehicle electrification, battery electric seems to be more favorable for light duty, and whereas fuel cell might be more favorable for commercial vehicles. And what we will always point to is the synergies between light duty and heavy duty. What light duty does is it drives significant consumption of hydrogen. It allows the hydrogen producers and the infrastructure providers like Air Liquide and others to really produce at scale. On a daily basis, a fuel cell electric personal vehicle might consume half a kilogram a day, whereas a commercial fuel cell electric truck will consume 40 kilograms a day. So we're talking about 80 times the consumption on a per vehicle basis. So heavy duty drives consumption of hydrogen, which allows for the producers to drive down the cost of hydrogen. But from Toyota's perspective, what light duty does is it allows us to drive the production of these vehicles. So there will always be many, many more light duty vehicles relative to their commercial counterparts. So that allows us to produce fuel cell stacks at scale and also facilitate the cost reduction from the vehicle production perspective. So that's how we think about synergies between light duty and heavy duty, and that's my part. Thank you.
Hi guys, Jeff Harrington from Air Liquide. First of all, I want to say yes, we do have a lot of distinguished speakers here on the panel here today. I'm not one of them. But we're going to talk to you guys a little bit about hydrogen infrastructure. We only have 5 minutes. We spend hours going into details of energy efficiency ratios and where you want hydrogen and where you want electric and where you want this and that and the other. We don't have a lot of time for that, so I thought I would just kind of go over, for those of you who aren't familiar, this is how, hydrogen distribution works, this is how hydrogen fueling works. Just cover some real basics. I would love for this to be an ad for Air Liquide, but in reality, nothing I'm going to talk about is really specific or unique to Air Liquide. This is what the hydrogen industry is doing. So, but first of all, we do believe that hydrogen is really at the heart of the energy transition. There's a lot of applications where this is the only thing that's going to work long term. But if you look at hydrogen, so all hydrogen today is made as a gas. It all comes off as a gas. It's actually, when you put it into a car or a truck, you put it in at pressure. There's a future of putting it in as a liquid, storing it on board as a liquid. But right now, everything that goes onto a truck or a car is at pressure. There are, it's produced lots of different ways. We won't get into that. And gray, green, fuchsia, mauve. We're not big on colors. Personally, it's either renewable or it's not. And then you talk about carbon intensity. But getting in all the colors, we'll end up with a rainbow and nobody will ever make sense of it. So, but we're not going to get into that. But we will talk a little bit about just hydrogen in general. So, hydrogen today, it's actually not expensive at all to just make hydrogen. It's what you do with it after that. So you have to compress it to either 700 bar for cars, 350 bar for buses. Trucks are kind of up in the air. It might be 350, it might be 700. Different people are doing different things. We might actually end up with, like I said, liquid on board for trucks. But the fuel cost right now, if you're looking for hydrogen fuel, it's really in the distribution. It's in the compression, it's in the liquefaction, it's in the getting it to where it needs to go. It can be distributed today as a gas. It can be distributed in high pressure tube trailers, and that's the top two pictures. In fact, the middle picture is basically the same picture that Ed showed. But it can be compressed and stored and shipped as a compressed gas, or it can be transported, liquefied, and transported as a liquid. There really isn't any best option here. It depends on what you have. So if you have gas hydrogen, you can really use any hydrogen source. Big, small, whatever, you just put a compressor in a tube trailer filling station, you're good to go. But compression costs a lot of money, and it's significantly more expensive to transport. Mainly because, if you think about it, I can put about, everybody's got different sizes of trailers, but you can put anywhere from 400 kilograms to about 1,000 kilograms on a tube trailer. I can put 4,000 kilograms on a liquid trailer. So your truck doesn't cost any different, your driver doesn't cost any different, the fuel doesn't cost any different. So basically your dollars per kilogram delivered are a lot higher with gases. So really, gases is kind of best for low usage rates or where you're near the source. You don't have to transport very far, you don't have to refill it very often. On the other hand, you've got liquid, which is more expensive to produce, but you can also minimize those costs by producing at scale. Just like Ed said, if you get up above 30 tons a day, you're getting to where the scale makes sense. But it's a lot cheaper to transport. It can be anywhere from 4 to 10 times cheaper to transport it than gases. So, but it's best for relatively high usage or where you have longer distances from the source. As far as dispensing, like I said, currently everything is actually dispensed and injected into a vehicle as a gas. So there's another key thing about hydrogen: it actually heats up when you compress it and dispense it. So you typically, if you have gaseous, you have to have cooling. You have to have some sort of external cooling with that. If you're using liquid hydrogen, the liquid can serve as its own cooling loop. There's really, like I said, two primary protocols today. You have 350 bar, which is mostly buses, 700 bar, mostly cars. And then you've got trucks, which there really isn't a standard. You can go either way. We also have special fueling protocols that are under development because the fueling rates, if you've ever tried to put diesel in your truck from a truck station, it comes out a whole lot faster when it's trying to fill a big rig than it is trying to fill your F-250. So it does require higher flow rates, so we're working on new protocols here. He's very much involved in that, Toyota as well. But the future for trucks may actually end up being liquid on board. But and we'll talk a little bit about the individual stations. So I know it's kind of hard to see from where you are, but this is similar to what Ed showed, and this is a gaseous dispensing station. They're easily containerized. They do require compression at the point of use. If you've got a two-trailer or whatever, as you pull hydrogen off of it, the pressure goes down, so you've got to raise the pressure back up to get it into the vehicle. It will require some external cooling at the point of use. They're a little bit lower capex, but they're higher opex. They do require more frequent refills, and they have a relatively large footprint for a given capacity. So you get to a certain point, you say, okay, well, at some point your capacity is at the point where it's cheaper to put, or it's smaller to put a liquid station in place. But really typically you have delivery by the two-trailer, you have some medium pressure ground storage you're going to offload into it, or you can just park a two-trailer there, which is what we've done here, and what if you saw Ed's pictures, what they have. You just park a two-trailer, then you compress it, you go to some high-pressure storage tubes, and then to the dispenser with some external cooling from the dispenser into your customer vehicle. It's important that in all these cases, you do end up having some sort of high pressure storage on the ground so that anytime someone pulls up, they can hook up and there's pressure there ready to go, there's hydrogen there ready to go. So it fills right off the bat. For liquid, it's a little bit different. So you don't need any external cooling. So because the hydrogen can serve as its own coolant, it is higher capex, but it's lower opex. Liquid pumps are a lot more efficient than compressors. You do have potentially higher losses from boil off. As the liquid heats up and boils off over time, you can get higher losses. So that's important. If your turnover is really low, if you're not doing that much, maybe liquid's not the best option. You can put a lot more storage on site. That tank right there will hold somewhere around 4,000 kilograms. So 4 two-trailers worth. And it's a smaller footprint for doing capacity. It starts getting large, and a whole lot better off with a liquid station. It's better for high demand applications, and it's a lot more flexible if your demand increases. It's a whole lot easier to just deliver more, liquid hydrogen. You can add a pump. It's easier to make this. It's easier to make this expand. You take delivery by a liquid tanker, it goes into your storage tank, as you can see on the site there. You have a high pressure pump that goes to usually an ambient vaporizer. So it just uses air heat. You go through an ambient vaporizer into some high pressure storage tubes, out to the dispenser, then out to the customer vehicle. So again, I didn't want to get too deep into all, we can spend hours, and trust me, I would really love to spend hours, this is what I do for a living. Talking to you about all the different nuances, but I wanted to try and give you guys just an overview of what hydrogen fueling looks like, what a station looks like, how we get it to you, stuff like that. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to
All right. I'll sit down.
All right.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Sure.
I'm not much of a lecturer, so I don't stand up much when I talk. Appreciate it. So, Kaizen Clean Energy is a little bit of the new kid on the block, and we are a company that uses hydrogen, produces hydrogen on site for hydrogen fueling or for EV charging, which is a bit of a different take in the hydrogen economy. And as a way of background, I know they had y'all raise y'all's hands earlier for all the fleet owners here. I do not envy y'all what y'all are going through right now. We just had the Port of the Future conference about 2 weeks ago. Shipping companies are going through the same decision-making process. A lot of fleet owners are going through, are you going to go hydrogen, or are you going to go EV, what is your decision going to be like on the back end of that? What kind of chargers are you going to pick? Are you going to have the power available at your site to support EVs? Are you going to have the cost and the ROI you need for these ZEV transitions that are either being mandated on you from the state or from clients? So we understand that. We're trying to, I think everybody at this table's with you in that fight, and that's kind of what we're all talking about today, is what makes sense for your duty case, basically. And as a data point, what we're all looking at also is the solution today going to be future-proof? One of the things that was mentioned in the shipping industry when we were there is that 8 years ago, they were all being pushed towards LNG. But now LNG is a bad decision for the shipping industry. So they're like, oh, well, if I made that investment 8 years ago and I spent that capital, would it still be valid today? So that is a major risk and what we're trying to avoid at Kaizen. There we go. So large infrastructure investments are going to be required no matter what, whether that's EV, whether that's hydrogen. And what I mean by that is this is a great screenshot from Boston Consulting Group, where they looked at the different levels of power, whether that's generation, transmission, or distribution, and where the investment would need to happen as EV adoption increased. And I'd love to have this debate with my buddies in the natural gas industry still, is because they always tell me, why not just get a nuclear reactor if you're gonna do more EVs, that'll take care of it, right? Well, not necessarily, because you still have to transport that energy from a long distance away. And what this is showing is that most of your cost increase is gonna happen on both sides of your fence. It's gonna happen at the substation level, switchgear, transformers. All that cost is gonna be recouped, and it needs to be recouped somehow. And California is a good tell for this, is they have demand charges that are out of control right now. And this can end up tripling or quadrupling electric bills for a lot of customers in the market. And so I know that the decision's hard here between one or the other, and what we're trying to do is find a single solution that future-proofs you in both areas. And that's one of the things why we like hydrogen. And I'll give you an example. We're talking with a fleet owner right now, 25 buses, 600 kilowatt hours per bus. They use 60% of that battery on one shift and have a 4-hour charging window. That's 2.25 megawatts of additional energy they need at site, or 9,000 kilowatt hours of electricity. That is a key number, 9,000, excuse me, went up by a few factors, 9,000 kilowatt hours of electricity. And I want you to remember that, because it'll circle back here in a second. What we do is we take the fuel cell off the truck. We put it as a stationary asset, and what we do is we use methanol, which is a growing future fuel in the maritime industry, to reform on-site and produce hydrogen with fuel cells to produce electricity for EVs. From the DOE and our system that we have there on the left, methanol reforms at half the temperature at natural gas, which means we use lower capital cost construction materials. So your on-site capital is going to be much less than a natural gas reformer, which allows you a higher throughput of hydrogen as well on a smaller footprint. So we can produce megawatt scale power on site. I know we mentioned DERs earlier. This is a future-proof DER that allows for you to produce hydrogen on site for fuel cell vehicles, electricity for EVs. And here's the cool part. I was in my attic thinking about this during the winter storm, replacing my pipes. Gives you resiliency as well for your EVs. And I was also thinking about, all right, what if I wanted to, and I have this Generac in my backyard that sits there 95% of the year and doesn't do crap for me. Well, this is going to give you the opportunity to distribute hydrogen and generate revenue off of your resources. So now you can distribute hydrogen into the market and reverse that hub and spoke model. So rather than purchasing hydrogen into your facility, you're distributing hydrogen to a growing customer base for it. And the typical follow-up question we get to all this is, why methanol? Well, methanol is the densest hydrogen carrier available in the market. It also allows you to leverage your existing gasoline or diesel storage tanks on site. And then when we look at it from what is your capital cost on site? What is your sunk cost? And how much energy are you storing with that sunk cost? And I love to go back to that 9,000, not 900,000, 9,000 kilowatt hour number I threw out there earlier for 25 buses. And just compare, if you were using an atmospheric liquid tank for methanol, what is your sunk capital cost per kilowatt hour of energy that you're going to have to reuse day after day after day. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here and appreciate any questions y'all may have about it and anything about methanol or hydrogen or EVs or distribution.
All right, well, I'll just follow your lead and sit down as well, I guess. This one here, but I'm Mike Lewis. Thanks for having me today. I'm with a research center at the University of Texas down in Austin called the Center for Electromechanics. We've been involved in doing hydrogen technologies research for over 15 years, as Brian said in the introduction. A lot of that work has been in partnership with GTI. At our research center, we're not staffed full-time faculty members, we're full-time engineers, researchers, technicians, and we like to do applied research, things at scale, actually, say, for example, building and testing first-of-a-kind hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. So a lot of R&D around the technology. We like for that technology to eventually make it into the marketplace, so technology transfer is a big part of what we do, working with vehicle OEMs or even fleets. And then of course education, we're at a university educating students, but we've also found ourselves, and I'll talk about this a little bit towards the end of the presentation, actually educating fleet operators and even first responders when it comes to dealing with hydrogen vehicles. For example, the first responder training we've done multiple times in projects that we've had at the university where we've been demonstrating fuel cell vehicles in real world operations. Here on the slide you can see a picture of a fueling station. It's the top left corner there. That was actually the very first fueling station, hydrogen fueling station installed in Texas. That was actually GTI technology, but we ran and operated it on the research campus. That was installed in 2006, 2007, and really was the foundation of all of our hydrogen research after that. Along with that fueling station came the very first commercial fuel cell vehicle in Texas. It's the bus in the top center picture. But then that led to other bus demonstrations with our local transit agency, Capital Metro, and that's the bus in the lower left-hand corner, as well as us developing prototype little utility vehicles that you see there on the bottom. And then kind of our biggest marquee project right now on the vehicle side are the UPS delivery vans you see there on the far right. That's an excellent example of the first slide where we built the prototype in our lab alongside with students, undergraduate and mechanical and electrical engineers. And then now that vehicle is in a phase 2 commercialization phase for that DOE program where our vehicle OEM partner is building 15 more of them to put into service with UPS in California. So it's kind of a great picture and example of what we try to do at the Center for Electromechanics. All that prior work has led us today to a really big project that has gained a lot of national and even global attention. It's an H2 at scale demonstration project. GTI is a big part of this project, and it's led by Frontier Energy. It's sponsored by the Department of Energy. It's an $11 million program at this point, where about half of that cost is provided by industry partners, including both Toyota and Air Liquide, who are on this board, as well as a dozen more. So, but one thing we've been doing on this project is looking at a lot of the big picture questions, right? Kind of much like Ann was talking about with the grid and electric vehicles earlier today, we're trying to look at that for hydrogen, how you might roll out and expand hydrogen infrastructure across the state to support large-scale deployments of hydrogen trucks and vehicles. And then even looking at things too, like how would you make the hydrogen, where would you make it, and then how would you transport or move that hydrogen around? Jeff talked a lot about liquid trucks, gas trucks, but we were even looking at, say, an example of pipelines and how that might compare. If you're producing hydrogen from electricity through electrolysis, should you make the hydrogen locally and build a bunch of power lines, spring wind power, say, to Houston or Dallas? Or does it make sense to make the hydrogen where the wind farms are located and then put it in a pipeline? We've published a white paper on this, but the pipeline is 3 times more effective. It carries energy at a much higher density. You would need 1 pipeline versus 5 high voltage electrical transmission corridors if you were going to replace all of the hydrogen production in Houston today. But then probably a little more relevant for all of our fleet operators here in the room today is the work that we've done over the years when developing vehicles. It all centers on our ability to do powertrain modeling and predict how well a vehicle can operate on a real world duty cycle. So bringing in all the parameters of the vehicle, whether it's a battery electric, a fuel cell, or even just a hybrid or diesel vehicle or natural gas vehicle, looking at your duty cycles, your operational profiles, your logistics, seeing how those vehicles may or may not complete those routes. I think Ann showed a graph earlier for one particular case where only about 40–50% of some fleets where a battery electric vehicle can meet the routes. We tend to see the same thing with a lot of fleets here. The reason UPS, and one of the prior slides, is we're looking at hydrogen fuel cell vehicles is so they can have a zero emissions platform that can do all their routes. But anyway, with the software and tools that we've developed, it allows us to look at the overall cost of operating the vehicles, do a total cost of ownership analysis, and really help fleet operators make decisions on which path they should go. And likely, it could even be a mix of things. And if you're looking at fuel cell vehicles, are you fueling inside your facilities or outside using public fueling stations? Like in a UPS model, they would be typically fuel inside their fence with their own fuel pumps. And if you're going to do that, then what pressure do you want to have in your vehicle? 700 bar, 350 bar, it's exactly what Jeff mentioned earlier. How you're going to get the hydrogen delivered to your site, all those things can be factored into a lot of this analysis to help you make those decisions. But with that, I guess we'll take some questions now.
All right, thank you. I have a couple of rapid fire, easy questions. We'll have a couple discussion ones. The first one, what is the energy conversion rate for H2? Do you know that?
Energy conversion rate?
That's what the question says.
Is that per kilogram, 33.9?
Yeah.
33.3?
Microgram.
Yeah, well, I'll just say that the electrolysis form of production, it's about on the order of 70% efficient, right? So if you're using electricity to make hydrogen, you're going to lose about, say, 30% of that energy in making the hydrogen, but there's compression and other things as well. The fuel cell on the vehicle isn't quite as efficient. So it's kind of a complicated question to give an answer to. Make it even further complicated is if you're making that hydrogen from natural gas.
Well, I was just going to say the other thing is if they're talking about how it compares to like diesel, gasoline, stuff like that as other transportation fuels, energy from a fuel cell as a replacement for gasoline is about 2.5 times more efficient. So you get, for a kilogram of hydrogen, you get the equivalent of 2.5 gallons of gasoline. And it's about 2 to 1 for diesel. So you get about 2 gallons of diesel is about 1 kilogram of hydrogen in a fuel cell.
Okay. Has there been any advancements in rail distribution of hydrogen?
I don't know if there's been any advancements. You can distribute hydrogen by rail. The typical argument against rail for transporting anything cryogenic has generally been reliability. It's not that it can't get there, but you don't want hydrogen, you don't want to put it on a rail car and find out it's on a siding in Kansas somewhere. When you put it on the rail car, it's got to go, it's got to get there, it's got to be delivered. So that's been the big pushback for really anything cryogenic is the reliability of getting it from point A to point B when it has to be there. That can be improved, but transporting it by rail is just in a cryogenic tank, same way you transport it by truck or the same way it's stored on site. So it can be done right now.
Yeah. Just everything Jeff said, I agree with. But the other sort of side of coin there is it goes to standards that currently, some of you may be aware that there's been DOT has sort of pulled back the approval of LNG on rail, for example. And so the big question in our industry is what will DOT do or not do in terms of approving cryogenic hydrogen on rail? But the other part of the rail picture is using hydrogen as a fuel for locomotives, and not just as a way to carry hydrogen around, but also as a fuel. And so there are some very promising results using hydrogen as a fuel for locomotives, particularly in switch yards, where you don't have to set up a complex infrastructure to fuel the vehicles. So, yeah, rail is an interesting potential.
So just a little bit more about the hydrogen carrier side, which is ammonia, toluene, methanol. Those are all widely distributed by rail today and can leverage existing infrastructure. In fact, there are bunkering hubs in the Dallas-Fort Worth area for those fuels that allow us to be able to utilize those as hydrogen carriers and convert them at sites as well.
And this might be a good one for you. How much square footage is required for one hydrogen pump, and maybe up to 4 pumps as well? Sorry.
Okay, for the pumps, I can't tell you specifically, but our standard bus filling station for liquid is about a 40 by 60 pad, and that'll do 80 buses in 8 hours. So I'd have to work out the specifics, but that's not an unusual size for a hydrogen filling station. For the whole piece, tanks, pumps, vaporizer, everything's about 40 by 60.
And from the electricity side, that 20-foot container I showed in that image, that's 150 kilowatt output. So if you had 350 kilowatt chargers on the outside of that, just gives you some sense of scale of what a small compact fuel cell system is able to achieve to support your on-site needs for electricity.
Yeah, and if the question is specific towards the dispenser, the actual just pump, it's similar to what is required for gasoline. It's just a dispenser, pump, car pulls up and fuels up. And there are some smaller footprints, and then obviously there's some more significant footprints out there. So,
what are the risks to local communities from hydrogen stations compared to fossil fuels? Ed, you're doing a great job.
As far as that's a very complicated question because there are lots of different potential impacts of both fossil fuel and hydrogen. That's another one where I'd love to have 2 hours to talk about this. But it's more like what's the comparison really between sort of hydrogen and say LNG, because that's really more of an analogous thing. And, if there's a hydrogen leak, it goes up. You're not going to end up with pools of liquid hydrogen on the ground or anything like that. You do have to follow NFPA guidelines. As NFPA 2 is the one that applies specifically to hydrogen. It does include in NFPA 2 all the different mitigations that you have to do for hydrogen, but none of them are particularly onerous. Usually it means having a wall around it.
I'm going to give you a little bit shorter answer. Again, I agree with everything Jeff just said, but I've heard people stand up and say, hey, hydrogen is safer than other fuels. I've heard people stand up and say hydrogen is more dangerous. I would posit that it's neither safer nor is it more dangerous. It's just different. And so the rules and restrictions, protocols for any fuel, and actually more broadly, there is no perfect fuel that is 100% risk-free, 100% zero emissions, 100% available. Hydrogen does advance sort of advances our technology, advances our ability to have that safe, reliable, low emissions fuel, but it's not perfect.
If our next panelist can come up here, we'll go get started. As they get ready for our next panel, I have one last question I think everyone would be good to ask. Besides being more environmentally friendly, what would you say is the benefit of switching to a hydrogen fleet for business?
Go ahead.
Sure. I think for folks that are thinking about electrifying their fleets, like going full in zero emission, you have two options. You can either go for battery electric, or you can go hydrogen fuel cell. The challenge is really going to be related to what your use case is. Like if your fleet operates one shift, 8 hours a day, they come back home and they sit there, then battery electric might be more appropriate. You know, you're not concerned around charging, and if you have access to the electric charging infrastructure, right? If you're in the middle of nowhere and you don't have access to electricity, you're going to have some challenges related to that. But if you have access to electric charging and your vehicle needs are not that intense, where one shift, then that's battery electric might work perfectly fine for you. But if you have a fleet that has unpredictable routes or unpredictable topography, or you're operating 3 shifts where the vehicles have to be operating non-stop continuously, or they're hauling heavy cargo, then hydrogen and fuel cell might be more appropriate because of the weight savings relative to hydrogen and Class 8. Certainly for Class 8 vehicles, we can work with the Air Liquides and others to put in the hydrogen infrastructure. And the advantage of fuel cell, there's going to be the faster fueling, that you can fuel up your vehicles in about the same amount of time that it takes for you to fuel up your diesel vehicles, 15, 20, 25 minutes, and then the vehicle's off and running. If you need that vehicle to continuously be running, then hydrogen will work better. Now, one thing about infrastructure is that, hey, there are fueling stations everywhere. Well, then it begs the question of, is the advantage over the advantage that battery provides better if all of a sudden you have prevalent hydrogen fueling infrastructure? Like if we take the case of California, where there is more fueling stations available, if you find that if you're operating a fleet and you're near a hydrogen fueling station or a network of fueling stations, then it begs the question around, okay, are the advantages of battery electric now that overwhelming over hydrogen? So everything comes down to that particular scenario is more related to fueling infrastructure, but it really is going to come down to what are your fleet needs. And so it's a complicated question that I think every fleet owner will have to think about in terms of like what your needs are, and then you'll have to evaluate your total cost of ownership and really see what types of grant fundings are available, what the regulatory requirements are, and then you go from there.
We're going to bring a wrap on that. Let's thank our panelists for this. Thanks for I know there's more questions we couldn't quite get to. Strongly encourage our lunch break, find these gentlemen. I'm sure they'd love to answer. If y'all want to exit off that side, and then we'll have our electric folks coming up. It's just a second to switch over. Go ahead and introduce us and get us going. Thank you.
Still good morning. Hello. Still just barely good morning. Brandy Boys with Encore Electric Delivery. We're the wires people, but that's part of what I'll explain to you in the Electric 101. And then we also have 2 representatives of the main OEMs that you'd be working with on the electric vehicle side. One to talk about the vehicles themselves, one to talk about the charging infrastructure. And so from immediately on my right, from Holt, we have Carrie Nippy, and then the Nikolai Tesla class of OEM vehicles, and then from ChargePoint, Will Adams. That's me. EV 101, and then I've got to say 2 things before I actually get to the 3 charts that I have, because I realize that from your perspective, not necessarily being as deeply involved as we all are every day, I was going to back up and make sure that I covered 2 things that aren't actually in the slide material. First of all, when we talk about electric charging of the vehicles, there are 2 general classes of charging, if you will. AC and DC is the easiest way to think about it. And you'll hear about level 1 or level 2 charging, and that's what I mean by AC charging. The DC fast chargers are the DC side of charging, and they basically have to do with the rate at which you can charge a vehicle. It gets into the whole connector type and the whole, the good news is at the AC level, all vehicles look the same.
But the OEMs, as they build them, also have to think about how much of the electronics do they bring on board, how much cost, how much sizing of the buses that are bringing the material around the electrical harnesses, et cetera, what size of inverters. So at the level 1, AC charging, this is what you typically see around at the Whole Foods market. That's what, if you've got overnight charging for light and medium class vehicles, maybe all that you ever need to do. Most of the chargers you see out in public are either 6.5 or 7.2 kilowatts. On something like that for a sedan, you're only going to be putting 20 some odd miles of range in per hour that you're on the vehicle. The standard, however, the J1772 standard, the plug that every type of AC vehicle accepts, other than the Tesla, which has a little passive adapter they keep in the glove compartment. The standard allows you to go up to 19.2 kilowatts. The reason I bring that up is that at that charging rate, you're probably even able to satisfy for maybe not heavy, but certainly in the medium class vehicles, you're able to charge overnight many hundreds of miles of range even for a medium class vehicle. But again, if the OEM built that capability on there. For, once you get into the need for faster charging, the highway chargers that we'll hear about later today under the IIJA Act for passenger vehicles, once you get into the heavy vehicles, everything's about DC fast charging. And that's where I will get back to my charts and talk about what are the infrastructure considerations. And there is an emerging class of low power DC fast chargers down at the 15 to 25 kilowatt that you can even do on single phase power. But above that, you're talking about heavier infrastructure, 3-phase power, getting involved in your utilities, et cetera. The other thing that's not on my charts that I was going to cover is the electric utility industry. And just as a segue, some of this is covered. In different markets is a different animal. I represent just the wires. In most of Texas's market, it's a deregulated market. The people who make the energy are out in an open competitive market. The people who you sign up with for your contracts are in a retail competitive market. And then you'll get folks like us down in Houston, there's CenterPoint, AEP, a number of other providers that just do the wires between them. So when we encourage you to go work with your utility, it's probably us, but just remember that you're also buying electricity, and so parts of those costs are there, and whether or not you're doing on-site generation and what you're doing for resilience and this and that might involve your interplay with the actual ancillary services or wholesale markets. That's not us either. So I'll explain a bit of that. So again, two things that I didn't remember to put on there were that the utility market isn't just one entity in most of Texas, but it can be. Austin Energy, all three of those things combined. A lot of the co-ops, all three of those things combined, et cetera. And then the other point being that, we'll get back to those. I've got some of them. So does a single, the rest of my briefing talks about kind of how would you approach this? Who do you go to? What are the considerations? What else can I do to manage my energy costs? And the first thing is does a single, do you know who your utility is that you're going to go to? And this was that point that, for example, I've seen in the H2 analysis of the corridors, as the gentleman from UT showed us, they named a city Centerville, and it's about halfway between Dallas and Houston. The COG pointed out that Buffalo seemed to be an interesting point for them in their recommendations, both of them about halfway along the I-45 corridor. Well, most of the cities are what's called singly certificated, so you would know to go to your Encore or to your Austin Energy or to a specific co-op, et cetera. And there is a wires company and potentially one of those vertically integrated companies at any plat of land, but not necessarily along these undeveloped highway corridors. So you will potentially run into the first hurdle being, wait a minute, how do I know whether to talk to Encore or the local co-op, both of which want to develop this piece of property? Or, oh, wait a minute, if I move up the street or down the street, now you start getting into what other amenities can be provided, what is the zoning, et cetera. So just pointing out that first thing you gotta do is kind of figure out who your utility providers are, and there may be potentials there, and that each of those entities, if it's a municipal, vertically integrated, or it's a co-op provider, are under, or if it's what we call a transmission and distribution utility like Encore, CenterPoint, all are under different regulations in terms of how much they can work with you and what sort of playbook they have to go to figure out what they can do to service a particular location. Once you get it down to either it's a single certificated area or you're working with multiple entities, there's what's called the line extension policy, and they will tell you what it takes to get new service or modified service at a particular location. For example, I went back and did a quick look at this. We've done a couple dozen of the Tesla supercharger stations now. We've done a number of the charge point stations. I went back and looked at just shy of 24 of the DC fast charger installations that did require Encore support, and one of those had a fee that the siting group actually had to pay to us, the utility. We're under what's called an obligation to serve. If you say, here's where I need power, it doesn't matter whether you're talking about a new house or a new crypto mining farm or whatever it is. We have an obligation to bring power there. There are ways you can get a stray of those line extension policies. You want redundant feed to multiple substations, or we already have a meter there and you need the service at a different location and things like that. So there are ways that, like I said, kind of one out of a couple of dozen that you could get a stray of a line extension policy. Although there is, the next important part though is that we can look at it and we'll know whether the service is what we call routine. It's close enough to something that we have, or the load is already acceptable to local transformers, or we can route another piece of line down there. There are the possibilities that we, still under that obligation to serve and not as a cost to the folks siting the area, will need to make significant utility modifications back on our side to be able to provide that service. Well, that gets into the issue of time. And normally we say if it's normal service, it's 90 days after you've submitted, worst case, to bring particular change of a single phase service to a 3-phase service, or certify that it's good for 600 kW when it had previously been 60 kW, work with your electricians, things like that. You can ask for things we are not prepared to deliver that 90-day period later, which is why one of the first things you need to do is talk to your utility, is all I'm saying here. The other piece of that is that you're probably all looking at phasing the development in your fleet electrification. In a lot of cases, it may go pretty quickly. Once it pencils out, you'll transition as quickly as possible. A lot of people are just out in pilot programs right now. From the utility perspective, and really from your own sanity's perspective as well, we'll probably try to push you to share your planning, even if it's conditional, and even if you only know what those triggers are, but not specifically the years that you're going to hit those triggers. We would prefer to build the infrastructure as make-ready infrastructure for your expansion. It's going to cost you less. You're not going to have to retrench. You're not going to have to wait for us to modify a service, et cetera. So so much of the cost for us goes into that first construction project, and whether or not I'm putting a 50 or 100 kVA transformer down at the end of this to service you is kind of like the last littlest piece of it. And if we're not just thinking about it from the perspective of what does that charger look like, that's where it could get actually significantly more, not necessarily complicated, but other considerations that you might want to go into. First thing to realize is, as we saw in the charts that showed the 3 California cases where the delivery component was now much more expensive than the energy component. This is the difference between power. How big of a hose do I need to support for your worst case, the infrastructure to support, versus how long of the day are you pushing material through that hose? When you sign up with a retailer, they're selling you the jiggling electrons that are going through that hose. They're the energy component of it, the kilowatt hour component. All of Encore's or your delivery utilities costs are driven not by that. It's not quite true. I mean, you can try to pull a whole bunch through it on the worst day in the middle of summer, 6 o'clock on a bad August afternoon, and we have to consider that. But by and large, it's basically how much did our infrastructure need to size for that peak capacity. So it's the power component that drives what's then called your delivery charge. So in your retailer will be the delivery charges from the wires company. And there are lots of ways that you can manage those. You can, there's ChargePoint will talk about some of these, but you can incrementally grow into the size of your charging. So if you only need a charger this big right now, there are ways that you can buy it and put additional power modules into the same infrastructure as opposed to needing it at the highest power right now. You can do managed charging where it looks like it's got 4 hoses on it, but if there are 4 vehicles on it, they actually charge at a lower rate than each one independently. So there's a lot of things that you can do to try to creep into those costs until you can bring up the volume. And if you're using that material all the time, then you're going to be able to distribute those delivery costs over that full period of time, as opposed to putting a DC fast charger in with a lot of expensive upfront equipment, paying the high demand charges for that worst case day when it peaks and you have to pay that peak amount. You could also do certainly things with, is it co-sited with other energy loads? Can you work on moving the peaks off-site or off-peak periods so they're not coincident with our material where we're at our worst case and there's a whole process by which ERCOT tells us to determine what your peak load is and therefore your next year's billing. Kind of the good news is we actually don't determine that peak load until the second year. You have to have a full year of operation before you then get that test case to pick up that delivery cost piece of it. So if you're building a site that has low utilization that first year, you're in pretty good shape. Lots of power management, lots of issues of resilience that you can also do. And I think with that, I will move it over to hear about what the vehicle OEMs are doing on the electricity.
I don't have a lot of technical information, but what I'm going to give you is some real life. Since February, we've had a couple of Nikola trucks running here in Texas. The first one ran in South Texas, and we ran it daily. What we ended up doing was through Nikola, we've got a 175 kilowatt charger that's sitting outside. It's mobile. And the reason we did that was twofold. One, we wanted instant or the day of delivery, the ability to charge the truck and make it viable. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. We didn't want to have a delay trying to get something set up or wait for infrastructure to get started. We wanted the truck, we wanted the charger, we wanted it to run. So what we did was we put that on a 350 genset, and that genset runs for about 2 hours, and that's a full charge. So it goes from 25 to 85 in about 2 hours. Sometimes less, depends on temperature wise, but it's within that 2 hour time frame. What we started doing was we ran it within our fleet. So we're running it from San Antonio to Kerrville and back, San Antonio down south and back. We're pulling a 53-102 trailer and it's cubed out. Not maxed out on weight, but cubed out. So we're hauling parts, we're hauling things that are daily part of our run. And we're doing it on a 4 to 5 day ratio at night. So that things are loaded by 10, we're out the door by 11 at night, our deliveries are done, and we're back by 6 a.m. And we started doing that. 2 things I'll share right up front. This is like nothing, and I'm 55 years old, nothing I've ever driven before in my life. And I say that from this standpoint. When you step on the gas, you feel like you're going to drive it like you stole it. It's instant power. Yeah, it's like that the first time. Everybody gets that opportunity, so that's one of the things when we're working with drivers, we tell them, get that out of your system. And the reason I say that is, it's nothing wrong with that. But the difference is, and I don't know if anybody here has ever watched Ford versus Ferrari. It's one of my favorite movies, okay? And in that movie, Ken Miles is talking to his son Peter that about midway through the movie on the airfield, and they're talking about cars, and he's talking about that perfect lap. And it didn't resonate with me until I watched the movie this winter again. And he's talking to him about you can't just push the car, you feel it. And when I began to understand that about this truck, that it's not just getting the most out of the truck, it's not just driving it as hard as I could to enjoy that exhilaration and to get the job done. But what happened was I began to understand that driving a truck that has that much power and that much torque has an enormous amount of responsibility, because for every cost, for every opportunity I have, there's a cost for that, and that's battery life. So once we began to understand and have that principle in our mind that this is about the end game, I didn't want to bring it home on the hook. I mean, that's another motivation for me. I didn't want to go out and have to call the guy. That was non-negotiable. So what we did was started driving it, just like I said, just feel and understand what you have underneath you and take the responsibility, but also the privilege of having something that if you want to move into traffic and you're merging in, you don't have to go, man, I hope that guy lets me in. You just merge in. You have that kind of authority, that kind of responsibility, and that kind of power. So we started knocking out 180, 185, 200 miles on all our routes. And I'm like, we can do better than that. So we started maximizing the regen. What I'm talking about there is, if you know anything about San Antonio to Kerrville, all right, on 10, then here's the caveat. It's been one of the windiest springs we've had on record. So when we're going there, I'm not letting them drive 75. We're driving 55 and 60 because we're at night. On the way home, we get the privilege of having all that wind, all that regen. So once we started understanding how that regen and how that miles and all of that combines, now we're going, okay, let's be smart. What do we really have here? So now we can drive 60. We can go to Austin. Coming back, we can regen. All those different routes that we planned, we understand it's a lot of driver education, a lot of driver training. So then what we did was we started saying, okay, where else can we maximize this? Fort Worth. So we brought the charging trailer up here, and we got a second truck, and now we're running all these different routes out of Fort Worth. We're getting to 25 every single route because of the things we learned in South Texas, we're learning here and we're applying. The best part about this is that it's real miles, real life, and it's happening every day. The truck has performed flawlessly. It has given us zero problems. The only thing I will say was the ability for me to understand that there's a bracket up here that holds on a mirror, and when I was helping a guy, we had that bracket come loose, and as fussy as Holt is, they didn't want duct tape on that mirror very long, so they said we had to get a piece of to replace it. But other than that, the truck has worked flawlessly. I will say again, the ability to have something like this work on day one was huge for this program. But secondly, the enthusiasm once we started having it work day in, day out, was like it wasn't just one guy that wanted to drive it. Everybody wanted to drive it. And so what we saw was a change or a paradigm shift in the drivers as well, and that made it fun. So that's kind of all I have to say. I just wanted to give you some real hard numbers and some facts. We're using a gen set because it's mobile and it's easy for us to move that trailer wherever we need a truck and charge. I will say this, one of the things we're looking at for different models that we put together for implementation was if a facility already has backup power, the mobile charging unit's a no-brainer because you already got it on site. Now, it may not be your exact fit that you want to do long-term, but if you want to try this and make sure it's a fit, you've already got something that's in place and ready to go, and we can make that happen. So, anyway, look forward to your questions.
Was that 5 minutes? I don't know.
Oh, man, I'm sorry. Did I run over? Oh, okay.
It's good.
Okay.
All right. Pass this clicker. All right. I don't know if this is me, but can we go online? Let's see. I guess Hope wasn't able to make it. So my name is Will Adams. I am from ChargePoint Fleet. A lot of people know about ChargePoint. We touch a lot of different verticals from workplace, multifamily, government, utilities, I mean, you name it. Fleet is more so roughly new. Our VP there, his name is Rich Moore. He came from Ryder, which I think a lot of you guys may know him. He's been around the industry for about 25 plus years. I've actually have about 10 years in the transportation industry. So coming over to EV is, probably something I didn't think about 10 years ago, because who would have thought this would have existed in our space. But here I am, like I said, give you a little more information about ChargePoint as a whole. We've been around since 2007. So if you think about that, ChargePoint as a whole was, just kind of a afterthought. Nobody knew about, charging EVs, let alone fast forward 15 years, we're talking about charging fleets. We're basically the first charging OEM that went public. So we just made a year on the New York Stock Exchange. So if you do any stock exchange stuff, you might want to check us out. Our stock isn't great right now, so don't hold that against us. It's the government, it's not us. But as you can see, we've got 130,000 charging ports in North America alone. And that's not factoring in our EU division as well, which probably gets us closer to about 200,000. And that, it differs. You have some workplace, you have a lot of workplace in there. Like I said, fleet is new, so we're working on a lot of stuff right now, currently, with some huge projects. So, fleet is on the uptick when it comes to charging, and that's pretty much why we're all here today, to really talk about, the infrastructure side of it, and also the, what does it look like? Is it gonna work with, all of our trucks? Yes, ChargePoint does, O&M interoperability with all the OEMs, that you can think of. So that's just a little bit of information about ChargePoint. And here's just, kind of something who we are. We're a software company first, which, you think about charging, you just think about the hardware. I think ChargePoint has done a lot of great things to translate over to fleets like yourselves. And that comes from, telematics, WEX integrations. We just did a deal with WEX. We also did a deal with Goldman Sachs from a GSRP standpoint, which allows a lot of fleets who say, hey, we really don't want to deal with this. This is something that is not a part of our business. We're just being forced to by our corporate. So we have to do something. That's where ChargePoint comes in at. We give you the flexibility to still run your business, but also understand that we can handle it from A to Z, which this slide pretty much touches from a software to a hardware standpoint. And as you mentioned before, just about what does our software, entail? From power management to load management to scheduling, and understanding the demand charges. We know when to charge, during peak. We know when the best times are. So if we understand your application as, hey, you go, Monday through Friday, and you're back, you've got 8 hours of charge, at night, or 6 hours of charge at night. So that gives us an opportunity when you plug those stations in, you're able to not charge them immediately, you can stagger them. You can stagger them over a 6-hour period, which allows you not to go over on those demand charges, but allows you, take advantage of when it's cheapest to charge. So a lot of people say, oh, well, it's gonna add to my bill, and I'm pretty sure you get that probably information a lot as to, why we wanna go to, electric, is this gonna make my electric costs go up? Well, no, if you have the software to be able to manage it from from overload, understanding the demand charges, when to charge, when not to charge, and to be able to stagger it over a 6 to 8 hour period. And then just the hardware itself. We've got some equipment from level 2 all the way up to level 3. If you look, the last picture, I don't know if I can do this one, but it's our Express Plus. It's our new DC fast charger. It's 200 kilowatt station. It is basically like a fuel island application. So a lot of you fleet operators have your own shops. You have a fuel island that you can take advantage of, but there's a power block, and somebody skipped me. Let me go back. It's a power block, and it's got some links on it, so it allows the power to go from the power block into those power links. So if you have multiple vehicles that you're looking to charge, within an hour, 2 hours, you're able to get that full 200 capability, or you can stagger it if you need to over a certain amount of time. And then you look at our services. Like I said before, we can handle from point A to Z. We have a extensive national EPCs that we work with, and anybody you can think of, we work with them, from a national standpoint. So I think having some of the things that we do currently, it translates well to being able to help fleets establish their EVSE goals. And I'll just leave you with this. This is our new product that has just hit the market. It is for those who do not want to do trenching. It is a short-term solution, but it can be a long-term solution. This skid is about 1,000 pounds. It's got 2 of our CP250s, which gives you total up to about 125 kilowatts. So they're great for pilots, great for locations that you're leasing. If you decide that you need to, move or, flexibility and move into a different facility to try out with that pilot, it gives you that flexibility. So I love to talk to you guys. My card, my information will be here. So look forward to answering any questions. Thank you.
Great. So a couple of quick questions, and we'll take our break for lunch. I want to start with the last question I asked the last panel. Besides being environmentally friendly, what's the benefit of switching to an electric fleet for business?
When you look at the cost, once the electric vehicle, we've already hit parity. I mean, I'll go toe to toe with anyone here who's got a 2-car family and doesn't drive both of them 300 miles a day. Why your second vehicle couldn't be saving you a few $1,000s a year, even with the higher upfront costs, and that's because we're just at the tip of the industry. But coming on fast after that type of parity, we're now attaining parity of total ownership cost in the heavier class vehicles. And this comes from 2 very different pieces of those total ownership cost benefits. The first being the fuel itself. At home with my retail rate, I'm paying 70 cents a gallon equivalent for the electricity in my home. Well, that's with retail rates. or, in the commercial industry, the average cost of energy, instead of being 12 cents per kilowatt hour, is 8.6 cents. Actually, it's 12.1 versus 8.6. So I didn't really finish the thought earlier, but those of you who can use the longer charging periods, the level 2 AC that I was talking about, are pretty much going to be getting, although you'll have a demand charge component. Sure enough, if you had a building that only kept the offices on before, and now you're adding a whole bunch of vehicle charging stations, you're going to be close to that average of 8.6 cents per kilowatt hour. And I could go through all of the different, you asked me which class of vehicle you're using, and I'll tell you how many miles you get per kilowatt, and that varies. So the first is your electricity, your energy cost, and then the second is just the maintenance and the life cycle costs on those vehicles. They've got orders of magnitude less parts in them, and they're going to last much longer. This is kind of why a lot of the dealerships in the commercial sector for passenger cars haven't been jumping on board. They're going to lose a bunch of their revenue from the electrification of transportation. We are just not servicing those vehicles near as much. They are going to last an awful lot longer. You'll hear about, but does the battery last long enough, and what about those costs? Sure, today that's a big cost. I got an 8-year federally guaranteed warranty on my battery from the federal government. It's actually 10 years because that's what California demanded, and they don't build the California version and the Texas version. But you tell me what that battery is going to look like when I need to replace it 8-10 years from now. It's going to cost a whole bunch less and be a bunch smaller. So the operational costs on these things are just right now hitting the knee of the curve.
I think he brought up a good point about the environmental side, but I would challenge us to think a little differently. One of the things that's happened that I've seen is that the ability for us to have conversations with individuals who probably never would consider driving a Class 8 truck, and they're thinking about it because of the fact that it's a different paradigm. It's a paradigm shift. And I'll say this carefully, but it's an opportunity when we hear about driver shortages and drivers, the ability for someone who has a conservative mindset regarding their desire for the environment has become something that I didn't see when I first started talking to the individuals about what we were doing at Holt with Nikola. But all of a sudden, a number of individuals came to me and said, man, I'm really interested in that. In fact, I'm thinking about getting an electric car. Can you tell me more about that? So I'm getting a conversation with individuals I never would normally. So I think from that standpoint, it's an opportunity for the industry to look outside of itself and just look at those individuals that have that interest. So I think driver recruitment would be one area that was a surprise to me.
I just think overall, we don't know what the residual values on these trucks are going to be at this point, but that's a hidden conversation nobody really wants to have right now. So we're just going to say 10 to 20 years to be able to, from a total cost of ownership, you're definitely going to see I think a significant savings. So I think, at this point, you got to know what is it going to be best suited for your application. Is it short haul, long haul? I think you're starting to see a wave of yard tractors. Halfway through the year is really going through the roof. So, if we have a big operation, we got yard tractors. It's better to just kind of start small, look and see what you can get accomplished, and get an understanding, get the reporting, so future references going forward.
Well, thank you all very much. Thank our panelists. It was an excellent conversation.
Well, welcome back from lunch. My name's Rick Mihalik. Just got the clicker here. So we have a really great panel today. In addition to everybody that we've been hearing great things from this morning, I've got Mike Moynihan here from HEB, and then we've got Don Hall, is the third one over, from MHC, and Bobby from
Hyliion.
Hyliion, the big truck out there, it's definitely worth going and looking at. And then we've got Blake Azel here from Lone Star, which we did some work with Lone Star last year on something called Run on Less Electric. So let me go on to the next slide here. So NACFE is North American Council for Freight Efficiency. If you haven't heard of us, we've been around for about 12 years. Our whole purpose in life is to provide information on efficiency improvement for freight. Everything that's on our website is free. We get lots of new information posted, and we're publishing a new report on regional haul battery electric vehicles May 5th. So let's talk a little bit about this industry. Where we are, if you take a look at these curves, diesel is the predominant powertrain in the United States. It is going to be that way for a little while, but you're just now seeing battery electric vehicles and other zero-emission vehicles coming into play. Now, if you think about the marketplace, you've got 2.8 million tractors out there, probably 8.8 million single-unit trucks. The production capacity and the ability for the market to absorb that production capacity is about 300,000 heavy-duty trucks a year and about 300,000 medium-duty trucks a year. Right, so there's this inertia thing that you have to deal with. Even if you made every single vehicle today zero emission coming out of the factory, it still might take you 20 years to convert the entire industry over. Right, so you have to deal with that when you're thinking about this. Right now, we're looking at maybe less than 100 heavy-duty trucks that are out there, and maybe less than 500 terminal tractors that are zero emission, and 1,000 medium-duty trucks. So let me go to the next curve here. We talk about today being primarily start of a transitionary period. At the end of this, if you believe everything that's going into this, we are getting to zero-emission transportation at some point in the future. Now, zero emission to me translates to it's got to be battery electric or fuel cell, where the energy for both is coming from green energy sources like hydropower, wind, solar, and nuclear is part of that. Right? So between now and then, we call it the messy middle, where there's a lot of competing technologies and all of them have the same probability of being successful and the same probability of not being successful in the marketplace. And we have to get through that next 10 years of trying to figure out all these different technologies and implementing them in order to get to that zero-emission world. Because none of these things is the solution to that. You can't turn on the tap and have 100% zero-emission vehicles tomorrow, right? So, why are we looking at zero-emission vehicles? Well, the efficiency improvement is there with the zero-emission vehicles. Battery electric vehicles are 2 to 3 times more efficient at using energy than their diesel counterparts. You're looking at sustainability as the primary reason for a lot of these companies that use these trucks or have sustainability goals, and you're looking at regulatory influences that are getting into the marketplace. Now, what is a zero-emission vehicle? What is an electric vehicle? Well, essentially everything that uses an electric motor to drive the vehicle down the road is an electric vehicle. So that's a battery electric vehicle on the left. Then you got catenary electric vehicles. You don't see a lot of news about that in the United States, but in Detroit, they've got a short stretch that they're looking at doing that with, and in Southern California, they have a short stretch. Those are overhead wires or underground wires. And then you've got this big group of other technologies that are called hybrid electric vehicles. And hybrid electric vehicles include fuel cell, hydrogen vehicles, they include diesel hybrid vehicles, CNG hybrid, RNG hybrid, And there's a whole raft of other concepts that are coming forward that are going to be hybrid electric vehicles. They can also be called range-extended battery electric vehicles. Now, electric trucks are here, or nearly here. This is a pivotal year when all the production Class 8 vehicles are starting to come online. And you have a lot of medium-duty products to pull from, and the smaller class vehicles. Now, CalSTAR did a study of looking at all the registrations of vehicles in as of December of this year, and these are where they're located. These are registered vehicles, so it doesn't include all the terminal tractors that may not be registered as going on the road. But you're looking at 1,215 vehicles in the United States, with the majority of them in California. It's showing here that 70 of them are in Texas. So Texas is one of the bigger states that's starting to try out these vehicles. But clearly, you can see where they're more popular in terms of government incentive packages and making more of an effort to put them on the road, and where they're not. So, like places like Wyoming, it's a more challenging argument. The majority of those vehicles are medium duty and things like terminal tractors right now. Now, where state government policies and incentives are in play are shown here on the graph. In gray are the states that are more active at putting in incentive packages and putting in regulations that are driving towards zero-emission vehicles being a significant portion of production sales. And then you have, in the blue symbols are the states that have more incentive packages. There's a session after this one that goes into the different incentives. I just want to point out that the state of Texas has incentives. You have to be on top of schedules because they come out and they disappear fairly quickly. And the federal government actually goes in and tries to look at where these incentive packages are. So if you go to the Alternative Fuels Data Center, you could find out a lot about Texas incentive packages and grants. Where are the opportunities? Where does the funding really want to be focused? Well, these are non-attainment areas for the state of Texas. So these are where it's more likely that you're going to get grant money and incentive packages than other parts of the state. Now, what we found in our studies and research is that the areas where battery electric vehicles have the greatest opportunity are these duty cycles: terminal tractors, box trucks, vans and step vans, and short and medium regional haul. Now, the common themes throughout that are return to base operations, lower daily mileage routes, stop and go driving is a significant portion of the duty cycle. These vehicles typically have long overnight dwell times when you can get charging at lower rates, or they have the opportunity for en route charging at different parts of the trip. And then these are all fleets where low operating costs are very critical to their operating margins. And then there are available incentives and grants for these types of vehicles. Now, there is not one solution to replace diesels. Diesels are the Swiss Army knives of vehicles. They can go everywhere and do anything. They're not necessarily perfect at every one, but you can typically make a diesel truck do everything. So battery electric vehicles are lower range, lower freight payloads are really the greater opportunity for those. And then fuel cell hybrids are going to be at the higher end of those ranges and weights. And then in between are the other hybrids. These are some resources. When they send you the link to my presentation, you'll be able to get access to these. There are things from NACFE, there are things from Encore, things from a couple other sources where you get TCO models. These are some of the better ones that I've seen. And all of this is information that's free. And before we move on, I just want to mention that autonomous vehicles are out there, and that's going to be a big change as well. And it's related to zero-emission vehicles, because the vehicles that can go longer ranges and can do 24-hour type operations are going to need to have the ability to operate 24 hours a day. And the fueling obviously eats into that ability. So fuel cell vehicles are going to be better at this. Electric vehicles are going to be better than diesel in some operations. And then in other cases, you're going to have to work with these hybrids to find a good solution fit for an autonomous vehicle duty cycle. And with that, this is my contact information, and I will pass it on here. Go ahead.
Could I get
Thanks, Rick. Hi, everybody. It's an honor to be here to talk a few minutes about what we do at Hyliion. We are an Austin-based company jumping into Class 8 electrification. The one thing I wanted to clarify, though, is we're not an OEM. Our goal is just to be a powertrain supplier to the OEMs. There are a bunch of great trucks out in the industry today, but if we could be a part of the solution towards zero emission, that's our goal. Now, our spin on electrification for Class 8 truck is a little bit different than a lot of the things that we've already talked about here today. So if I were to tell you that our truck drove from our headquarters from Austin, Texas, all the way here, took a couple laps on some test runs yesterday, and we're going to go through the entire ride and drive, and it's going to drive all the way back to Austin again, but not once would we have to charge that vehicle. That's what our vehicle does. Fully electric propulsion. It has twin set of e-axles in the vehicle, and that's fully propelled by a set of batteries. But the difference in our take is that we actually put a generator on board the vehicle. So think about it as at home. Some of you will have an at-home generator. When the power goes out, natural gas comes in, it turns on, and you produce electricity locally within that vehicle. That's what we've done here. We take that generator, put it on the vehicle, you're able to drive. The driver doesn't even have to think about it. The generator will come on when you need charge, and it'll shut off when you don't need charge anymore. And so with this vehicle at launch, we're able to go 1,000 miles on one tank of fuel. So we're using RNG as our launch fuel for the Hypertruck ERX. Now the other great thing is, and some of the things that we've talked about a little bit here today, is we also have the ability to shut that generator completely off. So let's say you're going through a community or a port area. We have the ability to geo-fence those areas right in the vehicle so that as you cross the barrier to that community, the generator will just automatically shut off. You go into fully silent mode, completely zero emission for up to 75 miles. So it allows you to go into that community and exit that community full zero emission. But then your driver never has to think about, am I going to make it to the next charging location? Am I going to have to stop somewhere because of a traffic event and have to get some kind of mobile charging? You don't have to, because we're able to get that 1,000 miles of range on this vehicle. You know, the great thing when I talk to drivers that have been in this truck, and we have some of our folks that are in this audience that have been in the truck before, it's a full electric experience. So you hit the gas, you are moving. It's almost like it's a go-kart, kind of like how we heard a couple of the folks talking earlier today. You get full power during acceleration. There's no shifting that happens. The driver actually is able to hear everything around them. So from a safety perspective, it's a huge difference from what we see in the transportation space today. So if any of you guys have a chance, there are a bunch of great trucks out there today. Please get a chance to jump into the Hypertruck as well as everything else that's there. You know, the beauty of this too is, as we think about in Texas and in, quite frankly, the rest of the country, we don't have mobile chargers that we have to take with us. We know it's going to be a difficult challenge for us to be able to invest towards building out this infrastructure to charge Class 8 trucks like this, but we have a solution that we can jump into now. And the reason I say that is similar to what Ed had mentioned earlier about Toyota's position on how they're dealing with electrification. Hyliion is the same thing. We have a portfolio approach. So we are going to launch the ERX with RNG as our generator fuel. We're already working on a fuel agnostic engine that will run with RNG or hydrogen as well. So when hydrogen is ready to be a viable fuel for this industry, we will have a modular solution for hydrogen. And then we are also working on a development towards fuel cell as well. So when we think about how our portfolio looks, that generator is modular. So today we launch with RNG. When hydrogen is available, we can put a hydrogen or fuel agnostic generator in the vehicle, and then when fuel cell is ready, we will just put a fuel cell generator into this vehicle. That's our spin on electrification. Really looking forward to your questions today, and thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Don Hall. I work for MHC, Truck Leasing Dealership Group. Just throwing one more acronym at you. MHC stands for Murphy Hoffman Company. So, as a part of our dealership group, just a little bit about us. We are the largest, one of the largest privately held dealership groups in America. We also account for almost 43% of total Kenworth truck sales as a whole as a company. But we deal in all makes and models, provide service for all makes and models. We have a dealership arm, new and used trucks. We offer rental and leasing options. That's kind of my background. I'm in leasing. I worked for Penske for almost 6 years prior to coming here. It'll be my 5th year anniversary in July. So I've been doing this roughly 12 years now, mostly on the rental and leasing side, but connected with trucks, you know, all the way through. And MHC, you know, why choose us? We have multiple partnerships across all OEMs, and we'll touch on some of those here in a minute. But we really value, you know, our relationships with our customers and where we go, and that's kind of been strategic in where we've gone and where we are based on our footprint, but also how we view electric trucks and why we've decided as a company to invest in electric trucks. We've had a lot of customers asking for it. We see the benefit in it. So that's kind of a reason why a large dealership group like us has decided to kind of jump in, you know, feet first, because we see the wave of the future coming, and we realize we need to be on the cusp of that wave as opposed to, you know, getting left in the dust. Here's kind of our dealership and leasing footprint here. You can see we're kind of South Central US, heavy presence in Texas, heavy presence out in the Carolinas area, as well as Colorado. But, you know, going back to some of the slides that we saw earlier about the corridors, you know, down to Houston and whatnot, you can see we're in most of those areas, so it only makes sense for us to also invest in this technology, as we can be on the cusp of these budding zones that are going to start going, you know, full electric. Just kind of a broader scope of where we are in Texas. So as far as product offerings that we have currently, the 2 vehicles that we brought today for the ride and drive are Exos step vans. So we're a dealer for Exos vehicles. Next month in May, we're actually going to have, Exos is going to have multiple different models as opposed to just the step vans that we have here. They're going to be bringing a medium and a heavy duty vehicle also. So as we're kind of doing the ride and drives and discussions outside, feel free to ask for more info on that. I'll make sure that everybody gets, you know, pamphlets or cards so we can get anybody that's interested in seeing those invited to our open house next month. Kenworth, obviously, has been working. We've seen on multiple slides now on the T660 that we used to do, the T680E that's now out. We also have a medium duty cab over option that Kenworth is working on. Hino, obviously, across multiple levels and classes. Isuzu, we're a Isuzu vendor as well. And Ford, currently, their only offering is in the Transit. But as I was speaking to, so Exos, these are the vehicles that we brought today on the top left. But as I was mentioning earlier, at our open house next month, we will have the cabin chassis for the Class 6 and 7 available to see, as well as the Class 8 tractor that they're offering. So, thank you guys for your time.
Oh, sorry. All right, we'll figure this out. This one's working. Give me this one. Yep.
Okay, obviously I'm technically challenged, can't operate a microphone. I'm Mike Monahan. I've got the pictures of the people up here that are making the electrification project work. One of them is Dennis Allen. He's in charge of Houston operations, Temple operations, and soon to be Dallas operations. So that'll be great here. And Port Caban, sitting right next to him. If y'all have any questions of a technical nature, be sure and ask them, not me, because they are the most technically qualified people here. I put their pictures up there so you can connect the name with a face. HEB over the years has done a lot of things. We've done fuel cell powered forklifts for 17 years. We produced hydrogen on site. A lot of this with grant money. We've got wind generation. We got solar generation. We've got a lot of testing in our background. We had some of the first, let's call it, liquefied natural gas powered trucks. We ran 80 tractors, 120 million miles between 96 and 2002. We've run propane power, even when you couldn't get the 75 miles between San Antonio and Corpus. We put our foot in the water in a lot of things, and it looks like the best option for us at this point in time is to work towards our yard tractors. As this young man over here said, they're an opportune piece of equipment for us. Currently we have 118. We'll be at 126 by about 3 months from now, and then by the time we get through our full electrification, we'll be about 145. We've had multiple opportunities since the emissions have changed on our yard mules. Government requirements, it has become a much less reliable piece of equipment because it's not really suited for that type of operation. The temperatures don't get up, spends a lot of time idling. We have a lot of downtime. In one of our terminals, we have 60 yard mules, and we have 180 tractors, and frequently have as many in-op yard mules as we do tractors. So 3-to-1 ratio doesn't work. So that's why we're focusing our efforts there. Over the years, what we found is that the best program is one that when you develop, you know what your costs are, you know what your downtimes are, and you can focus your efforts on developing an ROI that will perform to the level of expectation. Currently, we're running at about 25,000 hours. We pull it in, recondition the engine, transmission, whatever it needs, put it back in service and run another 25. It still has the same amount of downtime. The electrified yard mules we're projecting out to run 35,000 hours, 7 years, with battery replacement at 7, and we're gonna run them another 7 years after that. There is an ROI on it. It takes an extensive period of time, but there is an ROI. The critical point here, as far as we're concerned, is it reduces the number of total pieces of equipment you have to operate, because we're projecting that a dramatic reduction in downtime. We have experienced that in the yard mules that we're operating right now. Kind of some of the history of what we've done is in 2010 we had a FET, which was a capacity yard mule that was a pluggable hydroelectric. 2013 we had a TransPower. That's a full electric yard mule. We've sampled just a whole lot of folks' different yard mules electrified over the years. Currently, we've got 2 different brands that we're evaluating. You can see up there's an orange EV. You can also see the charging unit on there. It uses a 3-card configuration. The other one is a Lone Star. I think Blake down there on the end, he'd be proud of seeing that. And the final is the chargers associated with each. However, this is where we're going. Where we're headed is a 1.5 megawatt charger, and the reason we're headed that way is we have to have uptime. It has to be a DC charger. We have to be able to plug in anywhere from 20 to 40 vehicles at a time and charge. It's very sophisticated. This is where we're headed, and You gotta have a parking place for them. You can run 1,000 linear feet, 500 in either direction, and put up to 20 to 40 dispensers on each one of them, okay? We've also got backup generators on site that run on natural gas, so we'll be able to charge. We run on a yard wheel about 22 hours a day, so we don't have time to mess around. We can't do with a slow charge. We just basically have to make it happen. And this is the best plan that we've come up with. It allows us the flexible opportunity to accommodate the business need, and our business need is totally surrounded by our customers. If you've ever shopped in one of our stores, it's busy. You expect groceries to be on the store shelves, and we supply them. And in order to do that, we run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we try to make the best decisions we can to give us the most uptime, the most dependable product we possibly can. So this is where we're headed. We're also running in the Department of Energy and Volvo a sample truck up there that'll be installed probably within a month or two to just evaluate the ranges on this. It's basically a 250-mile range. It's a pretty heavy truck. It may or may not work out for us, but that's why we're evaluating. We're looking into something else. Okay? Thank you for your time.
I'm Blake Gazel, General Manager at Lone Star Specialty Vehicles. We primarily focus on the terminal tractor space, build electric terminal tractors now full-time. We were founded in 2014, and we did terminal tractor refurbishments, which is actually how I met Mike. And through that, we were trying to extend the life of equipment, but ran into emissions like Mike had mentioned, and it wasn't a tremendous solution to the problem. Terminal tractor spends more than half of its life sitting still but running. So it is a perfect candidate for an electric drivetrain. So we partnered with Dana Incorporated, which is where I first met Bobby, and we started developing electric terminal tractors specific to an application at HEB, which was a tandem electric terminal tractor. So we finished that truck and put it into operation. It was the first tandem electric terminal tractor out. We've got some other capabilities and some other things we do, but primarily we were focused on the electrification of terminal tractors. So some of our partners there on that board as well. Overview of our drivetrain. So we partnered with Dana because they really had a good suite of companies they'd acquired throughout the past 4 or 5 years that allowed them to complete an entire electric drivetrain. So it's a fully engineered system comprised of components housed by one large tier 1 supplier. Some of our advantages, our trucks will run for 22 hours a day. We have 2 configurations. One's a 220 kilowatt hour and the other one's 112 kilowatt hour. As Mike showed in a couple of his pictures, we are a CCS1 standard fast charge truck. Some of our competitors have their own proprietary charger, which limits the ability for the purchaser to scale into other electrified pieces of equipment. So our truck will charge on the same charger as a eCascadia, the Volvo Lights truck, or any of your other major OEM vehicles. Our batteries are heated and cooled. Have a full telematics suite, and we actually went through FMVSS 121 testing and passed a couple years ago. For our customers, there's several motivators, but primarily the one that they all focus on is TCO. Nobody wants to do it if it's not going to make sense in the long run. We do have some customers in California that are being regulated into taking up the equipment, and then we do have some other customers that are purely doing it for the goodwill for the environment. This slide kind of shows the complexity that a fleet is going to encounter when trying to electrify equipment. So not only do they have to get the spec of the equipment right, make sure that it makes sense from an ROI standpoint, then find the additional capital they need to buy that equipment, make sure the driver likes it, but now they've got to worry about, the infrastructure, managing the charge, and then they've got to worry about how are they going to get it fixed, how are they going to manage it, how are they going to track energy consumption. So it's a complicated problem for a fleet to solve, especially starting from scratch, so important for guys like Mike and the Run on Less campaign and those things to share those findings to help these other fleets really learn what they might have to do to electrify at scale. This is from the Run on Less event, so you can see the energy consumption. The top line blue is while the truck was actually moving freight, and the bottom in orange is with it sitting still. So the middle is a weighted average. Traditionally, a diesel terminal tractor is losing about 60% of its energy to idle heat. So this truck, what's sitting still, is losing a very small amount of energy. Some ROI calculations, so haven't adjusted for the outrageous diesel prices now, but you can see just from a fuel saving standpoint, it's a significant value. And if you're running north of 16 hours a day, you're paying that truck off in roughly 3 years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, Blake.
So I got a couple questions I want to ask before we get to the audience ones. First of all, Mike, you've been in this industry for a long time. Where do you see zero-emission vehicles in Texas fleets in 10 years' time?
Well, we're going to be electrified in our yard mules. It'll be probably a little less than 10 years' time. Those two young men I mentioned earlier are responsible for that, and they'll do a good job, and they'll select the right product, and we'll make it happen. The Class 8 industry is a little more challenged if you have not cubed out loads, but weight out loads. Right now we're running at about 48,480 pounds of product. BEVs are significantly heavier, especially if you need an extended range. It almost gets to be, you need to be hauling potato chips. So there'll be a challenge there. If you're hauling light loads, it will work for you. They're very dependable, but if you're hauling heavy loads, it's going to be a give and take situation. You just have to understand exactly what you're doing. I think predominantly the best decisions are going to be made in the medium and the light. Those are the easiest to adapt. The loads, the ranges, because you're not going that far, and typically you're not hauling that much load. So to be, and I guess the other part of the fleet team here will be challenged to doing that with our home delivery, mid-mile, and that's literally 1,000 vehicles. So hopefully that answers your question. Great,
thank you. Hey, Blake, thank you again for participating in Run on Less Electric. But why are terminal tractors a good place or not a good place to get your feet wet with electrification?
Well, I think first and foremost, it makes sense from an ROI standpoint. So you're not going into a scenario where no matter how well it goes, you're not going to pay for that piece of equipment. They're usually domiciled in the same location. You can put a charger there. You have visibility to the operations. 24 hours a day, you have a line of sight to it. It's just a really good small, micro study of electrification and the things you have to manage at a small scale before you would electrify your 480 Volvos or something like that. So it's just a good low speed, low drag place to start.
So let's see here, Bobby, you guys are a startup, essentially. I know you've been around for a little bit, but what are some of the challenges of being a startup technology company in the state of Texas, and what are some of the pluses of that?
So, loaded question.
Yes.
I don't think of us as a startup anymore. You look at Hyliion a couple of years back, there were 30 people in the company, absolutely a startup. Now we're over 200 people at the company now, and things have changed a lot. I understand where your question is going, though, so I'm going to address that. There are a lot of things that we don't know, right? We're not all truck experts either. But I think that's the beauty of what makes Hyliion great, is that we don't have the history to tell us what worked and what didn't work. And it allows us to innovate beyond what's been done in the industry already. And so from that perspective, it's been unbelievably great because the creativity is really, really strong in a company like Hyliion. Specifically about the state of Texas, we love the state of Texas. And we've got unbelievable partners, for example, with Peterbilt, right down the road from us today, that give us a great platform then to demonstrate what our products are. If I had to think about anything that we could do together is we have to take as an industry, not only in the state of Texas, but across the entire country, a technology agnostic view towards emission reduction. And that comes in the form of grants and other opportunities to find ways to get technology in the industry. I mean, there are so many things that we're all working on today that for us to exclude anything right now is just too early. And so whether you have a near zero emission vehicle, a zero emission vehicle, a hydrogen fuel cell, we all have to really think about what we can do not only today and how we incentivize people to get into technology today, but then also continue to drive that through fuel cell when it's ready.
Don, you've got a lot of different trucks in your stable, and you deal with a lot of different customers that have been buying diesels forever. How do you start the conversation with them about electrification, or did they start it with you?
I think it happens both ways, and as a part of the major thing, as you know, as my job is being a consultant, right, for the customer. So whether it's them bringing the opportunity or me identifying it as an opportunity, you know, kind of to his point about the yard mules and how that's kind of a perfect, you know, breeding ground for electric vehicles. Being able to know your customer's application and identify, you know, hey, this might be a good fit for you guys, just by looking at their fleet and their deliveries and really understanding the full scope of their operation. I do that on a daily basis. So being able to give them another product offering at this point that is actually a lower cost of ownership to them, and being able to extend it even further is just brings us even more value as a company, and for us to be able to give that to our customers. So,
Mike, you've got a lot of distances to cover in the state of Texas. I know you're opening stores up here in the Dallas area. There's a lot of miles. You're talking about 300 miles between San Antonio and Dallas, right? It's some of these technologies can't go that distance. So where are you looking at for those longer distance runs? How are you going to deal with those longer Texas routes?
Well, that's the way the party goes. When you're dealing with short runs, lightweights, that's one party. When you're dealing with long runs or loop runs, that's another one. If you're dealing with over road, that's a totally different. We happen to be dealing with loop, but we're extremely heavy. So how do you solve that long term? Unless somebody comes out with a BEV that you can take 12,000 pounds out of, you're going to have to resort to some type of a hydrogen support. It could be a fuel cell, it could be an agnostic engine, it could be a lot of different things, but I believe in the long term, we're going to have to address the issue of weight. You can quickly put yourself out of business if you can't haul the freight, if you're weight sensitive. If you're not weight sensitive, there's a lot of things you can do. We have to have a range, a minimum of 650 miles, and be able to pull 48,000 pounds down the highway regularly. Not that we do it all the time, but most of the time that's where we are on the outbound, on the inbound side. So as we're looking at it right now, the team, we feel that probably either fuel cell or an agnostic fuel powertrain will work. Hopefully that answers your question.
Great. So Blake, I'm going to go back to terminal tractors here. Your company has been doing terminal tractors for a while, and so you're starting to talk to customers a lot more. where are those customers you're seeing that are coming to you and asking for electric terminal tractors? What markets, what kind of duty cycles are asking for those?
It's mostly the customers like HEB that are running 22 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week. The longer you run, the harder it is on that equipment. The faster they break down, the faster they depreciate. You're doing service intervals, 2 times as fast as you would with anything else. So those are usually the customers that are the most interested because they can see it saving money initially really quick out of the gate and reducing their downtime. Just the service intervals alone on a diesel compared to an electric is, you're missing a whole service there. So you're getting 3-4 hours back in that truck's life just from not having to do the service interval. We do see a lot of customers for sustainability issues. Some of the bigger companies really want to go green, and a terminal tractor is the best place to start. So, but I would say a majority of them are from significantly harsher duty cycles than most other customers. The longer they're running it, the more they need it.
Over here, Bobby, I had the fortune of having one of your associates on a panel up in Chicago. Your company's kind of positioning itself as being fuel agnostic, so whatever the energy source is that's moving the vehicle, you think you're going to probably be able to provide a product for it. Where do you see the best opportunities for the battery electric vehicles?
Sure. So we are huge fans of battery electric vehicles. Regardless of what we're talking about in terms of powertrain, we're huge fans of it. And based on what I've seen so far, and similar to what several of the panelists have already talked about, medium duty seems like a great place to play. Yard tractors are a great place to play. But if we ignore the heavy duty Class 8 side of the business, it gets a lot more challenging. And it's the hardest place to decarbonize, which is why we feel like solutions like the Hypertruck give us a path to get there now, where we can rely on existing infrastructure with natural gas and be able to start that journey down the path of electrification. I do believe that some of the challenges that Mike had mentioned, if we talk about pure battery electric vehicles, weights are going to be a challenge. And until we're able to solve that obstacle of battery technology getting a little bit lighter, more energy dense, it's going to continue to be a challenge. But there are ways for us to skin that cat today. And it's just going to require us to think a little bit differently and look at hybrid solutions in the hardest places to decarbonize. That's kind of how I see it playing out.
So we'll go to audience questions here.
Okay, this is a 3-part one, I guess, for Bobby, and a couple different quick questions for you. What is the weight of the Hilliard tractor? What is the expected upfront cost of a Class 8 truck? And are y'all retrofitting diesels or focusing on new ones? So weight, upfront cost, and retrofitting or all new?
Okay. Some of these I'm going to be able to answer, some I'm not going to be able to answer. So the weight question, we are definitely going to be heavier than a traditional truck. No question about that, because we are putting batteries on the vehicle. From a net perspective, taking away any of the credits that you get for being able to run natural gas, having a smart waste certification on the APU, we're going to be in this 25,000-ish range for a sleeper truck. We're working on a day cab as well that should have a significantly less weight. We're not ready to talk about that one yet. From a cost perspective, I won't be able to talk about cost yet. There are some customers that we have been talking costs with, but that is not publicly available right now. And I'll be glad if anyone wants to discuss that in more detail. There's several folks here from the Hyliion team. We'll be glad to start those conversations with you. From a diesel perspective, it's not really our DNA to be able to run a diesel Hypertruck. Our goal is to take emissions out of the Class 8 truck space, and so we feel like diesel just doesn't make sense. And so we're going down the path of natural gas and then going down the path of hydrogen in the future.
This is a question we had earlier today. I was saving for this panel. We kind of asked some versions of this, but for those who are looking to make investments right now, does it make more sense to focus on inner metro area type of stuff, within DFW or down in Port of Houston? There's a lot of folks looking at Class 8 trucks and doing important where rather than kind of these long haul distances, we had a conversation about I-45 corridor, like, you know, where should companies be focusing their time if they are looking at Class A and what they need to do?
Okay.
That's for anybody who wants on.
Yes, sir. All right. So my view, and it's probably a little bit biased, is we can tackle long haul truck now. The biggest polluter in the industry as well is in long haul truck. And there are solutions like the Hypertruck that we can jump into today. So I don't think it's a place we should ignore. The infrastructure is there, and we can make a difference today. To me, that to me is one of the things that we see at Highland as being important for this industry. Now, absolutely, medium duty space, the inner city traveling, absolutely, full battery electric makes a ton of sense on those shorter range routes. We as an industry, though, cannot forget the long range part of the industry as well.
I think some significant things that could happen to boost this along is weight exceptions for whether it's a fuel cell vehicle or a battery electric vehicle. If we can boost that out there, you take away a lot of the math that's on the negative side for your ROI. And let's face it, you're in business, and you want to stay in business, you've got to watch your money. So if we could get some weight exceptions, I mean, you can haul legally on the road with a permit right now in the state of Texas, 88,000 pounds, which is 8,000 over your normal. And the equipment nowadays does it. It does it for us, you know, probably 100 runs a day. There's no reason in the world you can't make that same exception, actually more, up to about 91,000 pounds. So I think the federal government or the state government could probably boost the acceptance of EVs, fuel cell powered vehicles, by making that exception for those particular vehicles.
One other question that you all might be able to speak to. How do you address manufacturing and the disposal of batteries? I guess, you know, it's kind of a supply chain question that come up at different times. Like, how do you see that playing into this process, the decision making that fleets should be considering?
If I can go first, because I'm going to say
It don't
some of the
matter.
stuff he's going to say.
First off, you've got to look down the road. What are you going to do with those batteries? What are you going to do when you get rid of them? How are you going to get rid of them? Is there a second life? Yes, there's a second life on the EVs. Actually, the second life is longer than the first life, as long as you have it in a controlled environment. We have plans to utilize the batteries that come out of our vehicles and hook them in and run circuits, run coolant to them, and collect the solar power off of our 1.6 million square foot facility up there, and put it into these batteries and use it to run the HVAC, the lighting systems, and the rest of the warehouse. So have a plan, have a long-term plan that you can utilize these pieces like that. The third life is, well, there's always a salt dome.
So for companies like HEB, we're very sophisticated. They have a plan for all these things. For some of our other customers, they don't have the resources or the time to figure out a second life for the batteries. So we offer battery buyback programs, battery refurbishment programs. So anything we can do to ease the concerns of the customer. So if they need a replacement battery, they can send it back. We'll send them a refurbished one, and then we can take that and turn it into stationary storage. Or we can also recycle them. There's a few people in Oklahoma that recycle them. So there are options out there, but it's not a big a deal as a lot of people would think.
Yeah, recycling, you know, up until a few years ago, recycling batteries wasn't that big of an issue because there weren't that many of them to deal with. Now you're looking at, you know, automobiles that are recycling, needing to recycle batteries. You're going to be looking at trucks needing to recycle, potentially aircraft, potentially trains. So you're seeing a huge market opportunity for innovation. So businesses are going to be popping up here. You already have several big businesses that have popped into this space to provide a solution. and the technology is starting to improve to get more of a yield out of the recycling. So ultimately, even if you reuse the battery 2 or 3 times, at some point you're going to have to recycle it. You're kicking the can down the road a little bit by just reusing it, but at some point you've got to recycle it. But the technology is getting there, and the businesses are starting to develop to do it.
Those are last audience. Well, oh, for HB, sorry, one last question. Is hydrogen supply or price more of a factor in deciding to add fuel cell vehicles to your fleet?
Is it, I didn't understand all
Is
of it.
hydrogen supply or hydrogen price more of a factor in deciding to add fuel cell vehicles to your fleet? I think I've asked that correctly.
Both.
Fair.
And I hope that's a fair answer, because there's different ways to make hydrogen. Obviously, everybody sitting in this room knows that. There's a very high price to pay nowadays for hydrogen, but I think as the future comes on, it'll come down. The supply is available. We saw a presentation earlier today that showed the supply. If we get involved in it, we'll be running liquefied hydrogen. We'll be running 180 to 200 tractors if everything works out. And you never know what's going to work, but if it works out, we'll be running that densified product to the terminals from wherever. The supply, I think we can get. So hopefully that answers that.
Rick, any final thoughts here for us?
I'd just like to thank the panelists for showing up today and bringing the products out in the parking lot. And it's been a great opportunity to sit in today. Very good session.
Let's thank our panel.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cliff Gladstein. I'm the founding president of Gladstein the Anderson Associates. I'm here to give you a quick overview of our company, and there is a reason why. We are we've worked with probably half the people in this room at one time or another. We work with a variety of different manufacturers, fuel providers, technology providers, fuel producers, but mainly we work with fleets. And the main thing that we do with fleets is we help them assess what sort of technologies are available, what sort of advanced clean transportation technologies are available to do the job that they need to have done. And so we provide technical resources, and we provide a variety of other policy. We do creative. We help with legislation, all kinds of things. But the important thing that we help with is we help you evaluate the technology and how it applies to your particular operations. And the other very, very important thing that we do, and which is what I'm primarily here today to represent, is we find money, and we're pretty good at it. We have a 90% success rate. We've found over $1 billion for our clients over the last 25 plus years. Yeah, don't try and add it up, because there's a lot of categories that aren't up there. Yeah, for instance, I was talking to one of our colleagues from BNSF. All of the rail money that we've got, that's not up on this chart. So, but what this represents is the many different projects that we have worked on over the years to try and get resources to fleet operators and technology providers to help deploy their clean technology. And the thing that we like to brag about is not only the $1 billion that we've helped to secure for our clients, but also the fact that we have a 90% success rate. The reason I'm talking about this is because of this gentleman right over here, Philip, and his organization, EDF. They have retained us to be available for Texas fleets, to help Texas fleets transition to zero emission technology. And the two primary services that we can provide you, as long as this guy says it's okay, is technical support to help you evaluate your operations and the kinds of technologies that are out there and currently commercially available. Important emphasis on commercially available. To help you transition to zero emission technologies. That's our charge in the state of Texas. And if we can work together with EDF and identify resources identify, first of all, come up with a project, then we will help identify resources, and we will help go out and find and secure those resources for your project. And we do that on behalf of the Environmental Defense Fund here in the state of Texas. And that's really the primary thing that I wanted to emphasize. I think that's pretty much it. Oh, well, a little commercial for the largest alternative fuel and electric vehicle trade show in North America. It's taking place in 2 weeks in Long Beach. Come join us and 8,000 of our closest friends to see all of the coolest toys you'll ever see gathered in one location, and particularly for fleet operators. It's very heavy emphasis on this year on battery electric, medium and heavy duty vehicles, but there are all kinds of really cool playthings at this event. And really encourage you, if you are trying to explore what sort of technologies are available today, to come to Long Beach to the Advanced Clean Transportation Expo and see what's there. And that's it.
Yeah. Okay. Is this one? Good afternoon. I'm Amy Hodges. I'm a principal air quality planner with the North Central Texas Council of Governments, and I'm also staff with the Dallas-Fort Worth Clean Cities Coalition. So I would like to talk to you about thinking of Dallas Clean Cities as a resource. Dallas-Fort Worth Clean Cities is part of the National Department of Energy Clean Cities program. There's nearly 100 coalitions across the United States representing approximately 80% of the population. So you can see on the map, it's mostly the most populated areas of the U.S. So Dallas-Fort Worth is a local coalition of that program. And Lori Clark is our Clean Cities coordinator. The mission of, I can't get that to advance. There we go. The mission of Clean Cities is to foster the economic, environmental, and security of the United States, and we do that by working locally to form partnerships, especially with public and private fleets, to advance affordable domestic transportation fuels and technologies. We provide support and resources on new transportation and technologies and infrastructure, and we help identify cost-effective solutions that work locally in the region. So as a local coalition, we have access to national resources such as information and tools, and this is through the Department of Energy's Technology Integration Program. So we also have access to financial and technical assistance and training, and it really kind of works both ways because the local coalitions provide data back and lessons learned back to the Department of Energy, and that helps inform future research needs. So think of us as a resource, and please reach out to us. We're here to help you make your fleets more efficient and cleaner burning, and hopefully save money as well. So in Texas, we have Clean Cities coalitions in the Austin area, Dallas-Fort Worth, Houston, and San Antonio. So here you can see your contact information if you're in those areas. One website I'd like to highlight, and this is really kind of a main Department of Energy webpage, and that's the Alternative Fuel Data Center. Here you can search for currently available alternative fuel vehicles. You can also learn about the alternative fuels by clicking on the the fueling nozzle there on the webpage. It also has an alternative fuel station locator, so you can see what charging stations, for instance, are in your area. You can also map a route so that you can recharge along the way using the map a route tool. There's also information about grants and laws and incentives, so there's a lot of information here, and I highly encourage you to explore that webpage. And another webpage I'd like to highlight here is the Drive to Zero's program's Zero Emission Technology Inventory. So like the Alternative Fuel Data Center, you can search on available vehicles for a particular fuel type. This is just geared towards zero emission vehicles. You can search by vehicle platform, region of the world. You can search by vehicle manufacturer, and it'll display the vehicle models available. It also lets you compare up to 3 models side by side. And also what kind of sets this one apart is it will tell you what vehicles will be available in a particular year up to like 3 years in advance. So that's a really nice one. And then the next thing I'd like to highlight is the A-Fleet tool. So A-Fleet is an acronym for a very long name. Alternative Fuel Lifecycle Environmental and Economic Transportation Tool. It's really a mouthful. But basically what it is a calculator. So it compares diesel vehicles to an alternative fuel vehicle. So for instance, you could compare a diesel box truck to an electric box truck, and it will tell you what the simple payback is and total cost of ownership, what the emissions difference is, things like that. There's 2 flavors of the A-Fleet tool. One is online, which is fairly simple, and then there's the more rigorous one, which is a spreadsheet. So we here at Dallas-Fort Worth Clean Cities, we're very familiar with the tool. We use it quite a bit. So if you have any need for any of these reports, we can definitely help you out there and do the calculation for you, run the tool. We can also train you to use the tool. And so here I'm just showing you a resource page. So we have a lot of links here, basically links to things I've been talking about and highlighting, as well as some new things. And here's our contact information. If you need our help, please reach out to us.
Great. I'm Phil Martin with Environmental Defense Fund, and I'm here to mainly focus on one website that can be helpful for you if you're planning. It's electricfleet.org. It's a pretty simple site. What we do is kind of walk you through. There's been a lot of conversations about a lot of different steps. We've put this into one place where you can kind of come back and find all this information very easily. We walk through the 5 different phases, reviewing the landscape, identifying what's possible, creating a plan, deploying your trucks, and then expanding and adoption after that. And within each one of these phases, we have different steps. A list of things that you can be doing, what you should be looking at to help plan out, things you might need to consider, and then the resources that you would need to kind of help fulfill that mission. And on those resource pages, we're going to have all kinds of things. We'll have the sites you can go to, download access to different grants that are available, reports that have been discussed here today. Functionally, both this website and in many ways my own work is to kind of serve as a Google for this. I may not know exactly what the answer to your question is, but I will help you find it very quickly. And this website is help-designed for that as well. You can create an account as well. So if you and your company are trying to walk through and track your progress, where are we on this? You can log in and keep up with everything. And we have good, easy-to-use checklists throughout all of that. It's 5 different phases, 11 steps. We have about 40 different resources and reports linked in there right now. We have great people like Cliff that helps us out with grant writing. It's not just for fleets. We also have people on our team that help directly with governments to help. Port of Houston, for example, has recently had a goal to have carbon neutrality by 2050, and we are working with them on some grant applications from the federal government. Down the line, we might have other people on their team that are working to get grant funding from the Port of Houston. So that's something that we can kind of work at every stage and every step for this process to help advance the goal. Because EDF, we're really here to just make the air as clean as possible, clean up our transportation sector, and help you all, stay viable and profitable as much as possible. This is the slide of Ellen, who did most of this work. She couldn't be here today, but because she did it, I didn't want to take credit and act like I did it. She
She does a fantastic job on our team. She's actually already answered one question today, I think, that somebody had about the handbook that's in your guide. So she's ready to go if you all have any questions. She's available. My email is pmartin@edf.org, which should be in your packets as well. That's what I have. We have a question for you, Cliff. For GNA, which technology has had the most success when applying for grants?
I feel like Marissa Tomei and my cousin Vinny. That's a trick question. It's historically, certainly our experience has been natural gas. Natural gas trucks have secured by far the most vehicles, not necessarily the most money. I think we've done over 8,500 natural gas trucks, if memory serves. Just grants. That doesn't include the other projects that we've worked on over the last almost 30 years. However, the resources and the resource availability has changed over time, and certainly in the state of California, that has the richest incentive programs, provide the most money. They are much more oriented towards zero-emission technology nowadays, and it's very difficult to get a grant for a natural gas truck in the state of California nowadays. That may not be the case in Texas, that has the second richest incentive program in the TERP program of any of the states in the country. But I would say that in Texas, probably the majority of the TERP money has gone to diesel replacements over time. So I think nowadays, if we are looking at where the emphasis are of government-run incentive programs, the emphasis is going to be on zero-emission projects. And so I hope that answers the question. If not, please find me afterwards and I'll try and muddle it even further.
Yeah, and I'll offer that if you are looking at the landscape and considering or wanting to expand any electrification or zero emission efforts more broadly, you're worried about maybe the regulatory climate in the state or what legislative authority you can and can't do, always ask. We have ongoing conversations right now with TCEQ, both about TERP funding, about some waiver processes that are in place potentially for different types of trucks. There's a scrappage process if you want to qualify for these grants that we think we found a good creative solution for that allow us to move forward and open up money there. So generally, just whether it's Amy and NCT COG or Cliff and grant funding or myself and EDF, don't feel like you can't ask us questions. We're here to help y'all figure that out. So with that, we're going to take a break now. We're going to have a 10-minute break again. We'll come back and discuss funding at about 2:10. Thank y'all.
Well, I just want to say that I'm going to give the mic to Lori to moderate this panel because I got up at 3 a.m. to come here and I don't know where I am anymore. Is this LA or is this Jacksonville?
That's the downside of being a little bit too local. I don't have travel weariness. So thank you again for spending the day with us. Really appreciate it. So we're gonna, as Philip said, spend some time talking about funding. Hopefully everybody's got some ideas on what they want to do with some of the information that they learned today, and now you just need the financial assistance to help them do it. So we're gonna close the day and talk a little bit more in depth about that. So we're gonna start with a presentation from Amy Hodges again from our staff. We'll talk a little bit about some of the direct your attention to some of the funding programs that are available, and then Kurt Fogger from the Federal Highway Administration Texas Division. We'll talk a little bit about some of the details from the bipartisan infrastructure law. In case nobody got that memo back in November, there was an infrastructure bill passed and made some waves, at least in our worlds. And then we've got a great panel to talk about some of the other options that might be a little more innovative and a little more interesting than kind of your routine grants. So with that, I'm going to hand it back over, or I'm just going to stop talking. Amy, take it because she's got a mic in her hand already.
Thanks, Lori. The first funding I'd like to talk about is the Environmental Protection Agency's Diesel Emissions Reduction Act. We refer to it as DERA. So, as the name implied, is to reduce diesel emissions, but particularly to reduce diesel emissions from fleets that are operating in areas designated as poor air quality areas. The funding is only eligible for public agencies, but private sector fleets can engage through public-private partnerships. In other words, they can get the funding through the public agencies that are awarded funding. So, like we said, this is basically for the replacement of diesel vehicles and engines and equipment. So it's geared toward heavy duty. It typically opens like clockwork every winter. And I say that because in 2022 it did not open for the first time in I don't know when. So I'm sure it has something to do with all the funding coming through the bipartisan infrastructure law. So we'll see what the connection is there. But usually it opens every winter. The funding levels are pretty good. Being the ZEV workshop, if you're going for electric, you can get 45% of the cost covered when replacing an older diesel vehicle with a new electric. And then 35% if the vehicle is powered by an engine certified to be CARB low NOx, that's California Air Resources Board low NOx certified. And then you get 25% of the cost covered for all other situations. There we go. Okay, secondly, I'd like to talk about the TERP program. So the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality administers the Texas Emissions Reduction Plan, which everyone knows as TERP. And if you're from Texas, you're probably familiar with TERP because it's extremely popular. The TERP program has a lot of money, and it does fund at very high levels, and it makes it very popular. There are 10 grant programs in TERP, and the overall focus is, again, replacing heavy-duty diesel vehicles and equipment. So most of the programs are open to public and private fleets, although there are some that are just open to the public. Most of them are geared toward heavy-duty diesel replacements. There's one that's the light-duty rebate program, and then there's one that's just geared toward infrastructure. That's the one listed at the bottom of the slide, the Alternative Fueling Facilities Program. That will fund any alternative fuel infrastructure, including electric. And so here on the slide, we're indicating when they typically open, when we expect them to open. Yeah. And then I just wanted to highlight really quickly the bipartisan infrastructure law because our friend Kirk here is going to talk about it. But this is a lot of funding for a lot of different things. The guidebook linked here on the web page has over 460 pages, so it's very, very long. Transportation has its own section in this guidebook, and it's for funding to rebuild and reinvest in our roadways and bridges, but also passenger and freight rail, public transportation, airports, the FAA facilities, ports and waterways. It goes on, but it has a section just for electric vehicles and buses and ferries. And there's a lot of funding there. That funding just for the electric vehicles, buses, and ferries is divided into 5 major programs. All 5 of those together, the funding totals over $18 billion in investments to reduce emissions through the electrification of vehicles. So that's very exciting and lots to come there. And then, let's see. So this slide really refers back to a flyer that you all have in your folders. So this Getting Grant Ready page, is really what I'm talking about now. So now that you know, there is a lot of funding out there, a lot of funding to come. Some's open now, some will be open soon. So how do you tap into that? Well, first of all, you need to be aware that when it's opening, and you need to have projects ready to apply. Some of these programs are so popular that the money really goes quickly. So number one, get signed up for email updates. Be familiar with the web pages, websites that list the funding. You can get those through the Clean Cities, Dallas-Fort Worth Clean Cities connects to funding through its webpage. COG maintains a webpage, nctcog.org/AQ funding. We list all funding there. So stay connected with what's out there and be prepared for it. So identify projects, potential projects. Typically, you probably already have a fleet inventory list going, but be ready and have candidate vehicles for replacement already identified. So you'll need things like the gross vehicle weight rating, the engine model year, things like that tied directly into the funding. Every funding program is just slightly different, but those are the main things. And then the other thing is some require scrappage, some don't. So the vehicle that you would have to scrap, if that's required, has certain characteristics and data points. If you're going electric, you'll need to know some things about your duty cycle, like how many miles traveled per day, how long the vehicle is parked, in other words, when it might charge, how long it's parked, things like that. How heavy is it going to be with cargo, just things like that to consider. And then research the funding opportunities, become familiar with it. If you're not that familiar and you need help, you can reach out to us. We, as a service, a free service, we offer matching up your list of vehicles that you would like to get funding for replacement. We will match those up with whatever funding they're eligible for and tell you how much you could possibly get, and then you make the decision. So that's what we look forward to, you getting money, and that's the whole point. And here is our contact information. Oh, and I also wanted to highlight, this is also in your folder. This is a list of all the available funding. It's broken into sections, vehicle funding, infrastructure funding, things like that. There's a column for when it typically opens. All this funding is not open all at once. It opens and closes at various times over like a 1.5 year period. And then in the far right column of this, it tells you whether or not scrappage is typically required. So we hope you find this useful. This is printed from a spreadsheet that we have posted on our webpage, actually. So if you go to our AQ funding webpage, you can actually download this. And Lori, did you want to speak a little bit? No? Okay. No. All right. She's going to hold back. Okay. Great. Well, that's all I have. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kirk Favre. I'm with the Federal Highway Administration. I've been with Federal Highways for 33 years. Our agency is one of 10 mobile administrations within the U.S. Department of Transportation. And I'd like to give you a little overview of the bipartisan infrastructure law that Amy alluded to, and give you some details on how you can apply for some of these funds through our discretionary and apportioned programs. The NEVI program just began in February 10th. The guidance has come out, and if you'd like a copy of the guidance that came out February 10th, it's at the driveelectric.gov website. It's a joint program office between DOT and DOE. So if you go to driveelectric.gov, you'll be able to find that program guidance and all the requirements to develop and eligibility and things like that for your programs and projects. There also is an alternate fuel round 6 that came out, And so we're looking to complete the alternate fuel corridors within the state of Texas. And this will be the 6th round of that effort. May 13th is coming around the corner, and we're going to have some additional guidance that will come out from Federal Highways and the Joint Program Office. There's minimum standards, regulations, and nominations. Round 6 nominations are due for the alternate fuel corridors. August 1, the state plans are due. I understand the state plan is in draft form right now, and there's public comments on that draft plan through the TxDOT website. I don't have that website handy, but the TxDOT Strategic Planning Division has a website up and going that has the public input plan for that effort. And on September 30th is when Federal Highways and the Joint Program Office is due to approve and certify those state plans. And once we do that, we'll be able to obligate funds under the program. We get about $60 million in the first year. After that, the next 4 years, we'll have enough to, I think it rounds up to $400 million over 5 years. So we've got quite a bit of funding available. The formula program is based on the $5 billion for EV corridors that Congress gave us in the bill, the bipartisan infrastructure law. It's about $1 billion a year for 22 to 26, and this gives you an idea of what we're looking for in terms of infrastructure deployment plans. That's just what the state DOT TxDOT is developing right now, and it also tells us that 10% of the EV formula funds can be set aside for state and local governments that require additional assistance to develop their portion of the plan to deploy EV charging stations or infrastructure in their region. Page 17, 14 to 17 of the NEVI program guidance that came out in February talks about the different visions and goals. There are parts of the plan, the contents of the plan, Buy America, cybersecurity, program evaluation, discretionary exceptions, things like that. So please look at that. There's also a template posted out there for the EV plan deployment plan, and that's also at the Joint Program Office website, driveelectric.gov. The discretionary program, there's $2.5 billion available in discretionary funds under the NEVI program for EV charging stations, hydrogen, propane, and electric natural gas fueling infrastructure. It's divided into 2 programs, corridor charging grant programs and community charging grant program. There's additional guidance due out for that in the near future, and look for that to come out on the Joint Program Office website, driveelectric.gov. Nominations for EV-ready corridors that meet the requirements outlined in the NEVI guidance are coming up for round 6. The focus of nominations are for interstates at first, but it does not preclude other state highways and national highway system routes through the exception process. Requests for nominations will be released through the division office on February 10th, 2022, and nominations are due by May 13th, 2022. So I talked a little bit about the Joint Program Office, but basically the Joint Program Office between DOE and DOT is to provide technical assistance and service, to help develop those state plans that we talked about that TxDOT's working on. And if you have questions of a technical nature, they're manned by both Federal Highway staff and Department of Energy staff that will be able to answer those technical questions that you may have. There's an upcoming questions and answers seminar that JPO has published, and that's coming up on May 2nd, 2022. And I just wanted to let you know that the Common Questions webinar is going to be talking about themes from the first 2 months of technical assistance from the JPO office. And if you want to register for it, it's at the JPO website, driveelectric.gov again. And it's going to discuss common themes, common questions encountered during the first 2 months of state technical assistance by the Joint Program Office through Department of Energy and Department of Transportation. So if you have any questions about the program, the NEVI formula program, the alternate fuels designations, the planning requirement needs and exception process, this would be the time to go and participate in that May 2nd webinar. Okay, that's about all I had. We're going to take questions now, or no questions? Next. Please.
I got the clicker. Issue.
Good afternoon. I'm Salim, and I'm the CEO of WadiV. It's a company that started about 2 years ago with the goal of electrifying the transport industry. I'm happy to share with you what we're working on and what we're doing. So I think everyone in this room can agree that it's not really a matter of if, but when the transition is going to happen. And WadiV's vision and mission is to really accelerate that transition, make it as easy as possible for owner-operators, carriers, and shippers to get into electrifying their transport with no capital or little capital to them. So what do we offer? WadiV is building out the publicly available infrastructure for charging infrastructure. So we're starting out building in California, mostly because the mandates and incentives are all there right now to help with that transition. So we've started out building 3 sites right now in Bakersfield, San Bernardino, and Long Beach, all publicly available with the future in mind. So we're installing 360 kilowatt CCS chargers, which equates to about a 2 to 3 hour charge time on most of the Class 8 OEMs that exist today. And we'll all be upgraded to MCS chargers, which is the megawatt charging standard that allows for rapid charging on those vehicles. That brings down the charge time to about 30 to 45 minutes. On the infrastructure side, we've been very successful with the help of some of our consultants to get some of those grants, and have well over 20 million in grants right now for those sites. Some of those sites will have solar and battery storage to really reduce the cost of energy as much as possible, so that we become less dependent on the grid, or less dependent on utilities, and be able to bring down those costs significantly. On the trucking side of things, we quickly realized that it's not enough to just build the infrastructure and expect the demand to come. That's when we started looking at the OEMs and really saw the number of constraints present. For one, these trucks are pretty expensive. That alone is enough to scare away most people. Then you couple that with unknown range, insurance, where they're going to charge, and so forth, and there's plenty of reasons why a lot of these guys aren't rushing to the dealers to buy these trucks. So we took that as an opportunity to figure out how we can present electric trucks and make them available to owner-operators and carriers, all at a cost that's nearly at par with diesel, if not better than diesel with current diesel prices. And obviously you can't do all of this without the software that ties it all together. So this is a layout of where our sites are located right now. As mentioned, it's all in California. So, and we're already looking at going eastbound towards Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, as well as the East Coast states. So yeah, as you can see, we're starting with California mostly because the incentives are available there in terms of electrification, and we're starting with a triangle that all fits within the constraints of those vehicles. So for instance, the current range of those trucks are about 250 miles, and the 3 sites that we selected, shown on this map, are all within that radius, which allows us to operate in a Pony Express model where, for instance, a owner-operator picks up a truck at our Bakersfield facility, does a route that goes from Bakersfield to San Bernardino, drops off the load. At that point, their truck is nearly out of charge, so they'll stop at our San Bernardino depot, pick up a fully charged truck, and return back. So this minimizes the driver downtime so that there's always a charged truck always available to him when he reaches the destination. And it allows us to optimize where our assets are located and how we operate our assets so that we can maximize the utilization. So the more miles driven on those trucks, the more we can bring down the total cost of ownership to something that's at par with diesel. This is what our Bakersfield site looks like. This is a 115-acre property that's currently under construction in the grading phase. About 100 acres of that is going to be all solar, so that equates to about 40 megawatts of solar, which gives the capability of charging 200 electric trucks per day. There's going to be battery storage, and the charge dispensers are going to be a combination of CCS and MCS. The first phase of this is going to be 5 megawatts with 5 megawatt hours of battery storage and 20 CCS dispensers. And as mentioned by one of the others in the previous panel, as these trucks operate and go beyond their normal life cycle, we're planning to take those batteries and use them in second life purposes for storage at our locations. This is one of our other sites. This is the site in San Bernardino. So obviously we're not going to find properties of that size everywhere we go. So this is a site that's about 4 acres, which would be mostly utility dependent, with battery storage for peak shaving. And this is also very close to a lot of distribution centers in that area, and allows us to have these trucks coming in, swapping out for fully charged trucks and operating in other areas. This is our final site that I want to show. This is one of the sites that we recently acquired. This is a site that's actually at Port of Long Beach, Los Angeles area, very close to the entrance. And it's crucial to be as close as possible to the ports because of the number of tractors that are operating over there. So this is only a 1.5 acre property, but you can see that we're able to fit a fairly high dense amount of chargers in that location. So at full scale, this would have about 12 MCS chargers, the megawatt chargers, and then well over 24 CCS chargers for slower overnight charging. Now going back to the truck as a service concept. So as mentioned, while we were building out the infrastructure, we quickly realized it wasn't enough to just build and expect them to come. That's when we really started evaluating the trucks and putting together a model that makes it affordable and accessible. So when you look at traditional diesel operations and what makes TCO, total cost of ownership, you have the leasing or the financing of that vehicle, you have the insurance, the registration, maintenance, and then the largest one being the fuel. So these are all the costs that makes up the truck without the driver. On the electric side, you have similar things. You have the truck price or the leasing, which is far more expensive than the traditional diesel trucks. You have the maintenance, which we expect to go down. You have the insurance, the registration, and then you have the fuel, which is the energy, which would be significantly lower than that of the fuel, especially now with the current diesel prices. So how do we get the TCO to be at par with diesel? Well, first and foremost, a lot of that comes from the grants and incentives available. This allows us to bring the costs significantly lower, and then by operating those assets more and more, we can bring down the total cost of ownership significantly. So in our model, we're trying to shoot for getting the trucks driven 300 miles per day per truck, which brings down that cost to about $1.50 or lower. And that's quite, in most cases, better than what we see in diesel operations today. So how do we find those routes? So we work very closely with shippers that have sustainability goals. Go to them and show them that they can meet their sustainability goals without any upfront costs. We then get those routes, put them on our network and our brokerage platform, and offload those trucks to owner-operators or our own carriers to facilitate those routes. So this allows those shippers to brand themselves as sustainable companies and allows owner-operators access to electric trucks at no upfront costs. So we've already gone ahead and placed an order of 50 Volvo Phase 2 trucks that are going to be delivered by the end of this year to operate within our network. And we're also expanding in the future to other OEMs, being OEM agnostic, of course. But a large portion of our future depends on MCS. So using this Pony Express and relay model, we're able to go beyond the short haul, the middle mile, and into the long haul freight. But to really go to rapid acceleration, rapid deployment, it depends on going towards MCS, which allows us to go towards that 30 to 45 minute charge time, in which case it becomes sort of acceptable for the driver to wait that time for that charge, for the truck to charge, rather than swapping for another truck. This is just a summary of what I mentioned. So again, I'm happy to have any questions after the panel. Thank you guys.
Thank you, great presentation, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Esteban Santos. I'm the Business Development Director for Hunt Energy Solutions. Hunt Energy Solutions is one of the companies within the Hunt Energy umbrella. Probably some of you are familiar with Hunt here in Dallas. Hunt, we specialize in infrastructure development for oil, gas, and electricity. I'm from the Hunt Energy Solutions. We deal with the electric side of the equation, and we have also utility within the umbrella of companies called Shareland Utilities. We're very familiar with our neighbors across the street with Encore. With Shareland Utilities, we integrated about 4,000 megawatts of wind resources into our substations and developed about 300 miles of 345 kV transmission lines. Also, one of our affiliates, Hunt Energy Network, it's deploying 500 megawatts of energy storage resources in ERCOT. We're helping also developing and siting those resources. So the charging infrastructure and the electric vehicles, all of that falls or fits really well with everything that we do and our background, experience, and knowledge. So we're interested, Hunt is interested in helping transitioning to this new energy stage of the world, and we want to help make it accessible for companies while being in a win-win situation. We acknowledge that there's a desire to convert these fleets to electric fleets or battery electric vehicles. However, there is a significant barrier to do this, which is the high initial cost, the capex. Also, there is a component of knowledge into doing everything that's required to come up with this charging infrastructure with like everything that was explained, all the things that have to be considered. And a lot of these companies don't have the resources or expertise to do that. So we have an interest in helping develop that charging infrastructure with you guys. So what we want to do is partner up with you, and we can provide that charging infrastructure to the project and manage everything that's related to the charging infrastructure. The other thing that we are interested in is the vehicle to grid concept, which is something that's very interesting to us in giving our expertise in the utility space and also in the energy storage space. We're actually quite capable in managing or buying and selling electricity at the wholesale level of the grid. So we have what's known in ERCOT as a QSE, a qualified scheduling entity. So we're able to transact at the wholesale level, and we can basically get pretty good savings on the energy that we're using. So this is just a diagram to show you guys. If we were to have a fleet of electric vehicles, we can connect that behind the meter. You see on the left side, you have the grid. Everything on the right is what would be behind the meter. So you can have your solar panels, you can have a battery, you can have your buses or EV vehicles, everything behind that, and we can manage and transact on that energy on the grid. So we can charge those resources, and also we can sell that power back to the grid. So that's the vehicle to grid concept. So we're interested in that part of the equation, so we want to partner up with you to help you develop the fleets and also do this vehicle to grid concept. Now, I mentioned that we're interested in developing the charging infrastructure and providing that to you. So we see we have multiple ways to make this a successful partnership. One of the very basic would be that we provide that charging infrastructure and you guys provide the fleet. And we do all the vehicle to grid interaction as well. We manage the energy transactions. However, to do that, we can also integrate one of our batteries or battery energy storage systems in there, part of the Hunt Energy Network. We can integrate that with the project. And also we can provide fleet as a service, where if you don't want to have that opportunity cost of dedicating all those resources to buying or updating your fleet, we can provide financing for that as well. So we can provide you with the charging infrastructure, and we can finance the buses or the battery electric vehicles. Happy to answer any questions afterwards and discuss more during the panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm the last one, I think, so I'll try to keep this short. I apologize in advance for my voice. I'm coming from a wedding weekend, so it's a little bit stressed. So my name is Omar Gonzalez. I'm the manager of state and local government affairs for the Western United States at Nikola. And quick personal story, why I love working for Nikola and just being in this industry in general. My background is in government, transportation, and mobility, but was born and raised in Bakersfield, California, and the grandson of a grandfather who started a trucking company, nephew to truck drivers. My dad was a truck driver. We love trucks, and so working in this industry has been really meaningful for me. And on this topic, I always think about knowing my family's history, thinking about how we have to address every fleet size, right? Knowing my grandfather who started as an independent owner operator, building that up to at one point 80 trucks, hauling ag products to the Midwest and to Mexico and across the United States. I think about him and what resources he would have needed at that time starting his company. We know that large fleets will provide mass adoption for these vehicles. They can take on the risk of these new vehicles. They can initiate the secondhand market for smaller fleets later down the line. But I think it's really important to always think about how we have to address sort of all fleet sizes, from single operators all the way up to fleets over 100. And with that, at Nikola, we're really driven to revolutionize the economic and environmental impact of commerce as we know it today. We're a manufacturer of zero-emission battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles, electric vehicle drivetrains, vehicle components, energy storage solutions, and infrastructure. And so we're headquartered in Phoenix, Arizona, and we have a manufacturing facility just outside of Phoenix in Coolidge, Arizona, where we recently completed phase 1 of that facility. It's a 400-acre greenfield site with a nameplate capacity of 45,000 vehicles. Next year we'll be able to produce about 2,000 of the BEVs, which recently went in production just 3 weeks ago. We have a launch event with Governor Ducey in 2 days, so we're really excited that we hit that milestone recently and getting those trucks out on the road. But we can't do this work alone. One of our company values is collaboration, working outward, and humility. And so we have that list of strategic partners because, working as a startup, we provide that nimbleness and some of the external capital that we can bring, but it's really relying on a lot of the expertise that a lot of these other companies and organizations bring, and also working with government and other external stakeholders as well to make this all work. On the vehicle side, we have 3 options. Like I mentioned, the battery electric Class 8 truck is in production, provides up to 350 miles of range, and will really address that metro, inner city, haul type use case. We have a current pilot with a company called TTSI that's doing drayage operations from the Port of LA and the Port of Long Beach out into the Inland Empire, if you're familiar with the LA region. And then on the fuel cell side, we also have an active demonstration with Anheuser-Busch going from their Van Nuys brewery, also again to the Inland Empire. And so both of those have logged a significant amount of miles on the AB fuel cell pilot. I think they've already hauled over 1 million pounds of beer. And so we're excited to get the data from those pilots on the mobile fueling, the mobile charging, the range, the payload, and gathering all of that feedback to just further develop our product. The fuel cell day cab will go into production Q4 of 2023, followed by the next gen fuel cell, which will be the long haul sleeper, going up to 900 miles. And on the fueling side, to support the fuel cell electric vehicle, similar to what Swing was talking about, providing charging infrastructure, the vehicle maintenance and service. We're also doing that on the hydrogen side. So recognizing that one of the value propositions to potential fleets and customers is ensuring that certainty that you will have the infrastructure and the energy and the maintenance and service that you need. We want to do that on the hydrogen side as well, controlling that hydrogen molecule from beginning to end, production to dispensing, and selling it to other customers as well. And then leveraging strategic and financial partners to fund that infrastructure while capturing value and optimizing margin to then pass along those cost savings to customers, providing that total cost of ownership. And I will go to this next slide, which kind of goes over state incentives, which I think we've kind of gone over this topic already, and so I won't spend too much time on it. But a lot of the time that I spent beyond policy and law and regulations is making sure that there are funding programs available, not only for us as a manufacturer, but also for our dealers and for our fleets and customers and beyond. But I just put together this sort of snapshot of what types of funding mechanisms are available out there. We think the most important, the most helpful are the point of purchase incentives or cash off the hood incentives, where it's an upfront deduction from the value of the truck on the sales order. For HVIP, for example, that would literally just be a deduction from that sales price. So the customer goes to the dealer applies on their behalf, and they get that discount right there and then. And I think that's helpful for planning purposes especially. But that exists also in New York, and I think there are a couple other programs starting up across the nation, but that's a program that we'd really like to see really across the country, where federal investment may or may not come. When states can fill in those gaps and step in, that's going to be really helpful to help drive down the cost of these vehicles. Beyond that, I think everyone has mentioned the different grant programs. Always advocate for tax credits and exemptions on vehicles and infrastructure. Literally any financing mechanism to sort of tackle that cost of ownership, total cost of ownership is what we're trying to do. And then of course working with utilities to make sure there are BEV rate structures in place, and also working with utilities to ensure that we have electricity rates that make hydrogen production cost competitive. So those are all really important things as it relates to making sure that we have the funds to transition these vehicles. And this slide is more for folks outside of the fleets and the customers, more for government agencies and other nonprofits, thinking about what we all can do to help get these vehicles and infrastructure out on the road. Demos and pilots are incredibly important. As you can imagine, these are new pieces of technology on the battery electric side and the fuel cell electric side. Folks are going to want to know what the payload is, what the range is. They're going to want to feel them and just experience them. And so making sure that there are opportunities to fund large-scale pilots especially. Ports are a good place to do that, rail yards, intermodal facilities, and really anywhere that fleets are operating are going to be helpful to ensure that these fleets see these vehicles on the road and feel comfortable with actually using them. On the infrastructure side, I want to mention that when we talked about state incentives in that last slide, it was really vehicle focused, but in order for this all to work out, these funding programs need to work in parallel. You cannot fund infrastructure alone or vehicles alone. It really needs to be an integrated approach to make sure that there's not this chicken and egg problem that everyone talks about in the industry. And so on the infrastructure side, again, working with government and agencies, land departments of transportation on identifying land and siting land is incredibly important on both the charging and fueling side, and making sure that there are also incentives similar to the vehicle side for that infrastructure development. I won't go again on grants and incentives, but the real point of those are making sure that we achieve those economies of scale to eventually drive down the cost. Obviously, in any sort of subsidized industry, we don't want this to last forever, certainly. It's on us to drive down those costs and make sure that it's sustainable. But when it's a nascent technology, an emerging technology, that initial help is what we need from our government stakeholders, which obviously is passed down to customers. And then the last thing I'll mention are just the policy signals and drivers, which a lot of these funding programs stem from. The Advanced Clean Trucks Rule, the Advanced Clean Fleets Rule. These are supply and demand regulations that have been adopted in a handful of states, or proceedings will start for several of them, which essentially, I think mandate is probably a strong word, but essentially set targets on the sales side for manufacturers to sell a certain percentage of vehicles every single year in the state. And then on the advanced clean fleet side, again, targets for fleets to transition their vehicles by a certain date. And of course, all of those need financial support to make sure that those are actually implemented. And Texas obviously has programs in place outside of those relating to like the Clean Air Action Plan through TURP, for example. But I would refer everyone to the handout that you've all probably received, maybe with the grant sort of like database. It looks very similar to something that I maintain with our grants manager. So that's actually a really great tool, especially for the Texas-based regional incentives. But also to look outside of that, like I mentioned, California, New York. If your trucks are domiciled or operating passing through some of these states, you still are eligible for those incentives. So it's also looking beyond the Texas-based incentives as well to see what you might be eligible for. And with that, I think that's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. How are y'all doing today?
Good.
Good. I know that you were here to talk about some really exciting things that's happening out in the marketplace as it relates to electricity, cars, low emissions, and just appreciate all of the people that have gathered here today to talk about this. I appreciate the panel being here. And for those of you that don't know me, I'm Mark Vasey. I'm the congressman here for the 33rd Congressional District, where we happen to sit at right now. And I serve on the Energy and Commerce Committee. And so as a member of that committee, we oversee a lot of the clean energy initiatives and a lot of what's happening right now in the United States as it relates to the topic that we're talking about here today. And I think that electrifying and diversifying fleets here in Texas is so important and so critical, and I'm glad that we're talking about it because we need to keep driving home the point about just how amazing it is that we are leading in so many areas when it comes to how people use energy in this country. I think everybody already knows, obviously, that oil and gas is 9% of our state's GDP, but I don't know how many of you know that in Texas, that we actually produce more wind and solar, a higher percentage of wind and solar than they did in the entire EU. And so the investment that we're making as it relates to the infrastructure bill that was just passed and electrification, I think is important because we need to show the rest of the country how, just like we're showing them how to do it the right way on wind, we need to show them how to do it the right way when it comes to electrifying these vehicles, and we can be the leaders. We just need to keep making the investments. And of course, the bipartisan infrastructure bill that was passed, that was that was the biggest contribution and most important contribution to this cause that I think that we can make. And people really need to start thinking about that infrastructure bill that was passed the same way that we thought of the 1955 bill that was passed, the federal aid highway bill that was passed, that really revolutionized the way we move around. This infrastructure bill is also going to be very important. $7.5 billion to build out the first ever national network of EV chargers in the United States. Texas is going to expect to receive about $408 million over 5 years to support the expansion of an EV charging network. And Texas will also have the opportunity to apply for grants out of the $2.5 billion available for EV charging. And so that's why I was proud to vote for the infrastructure bill that was passed, and as many other things. But I think that as Texans, that we ought to be proud of the fact that when it comes to delivering these things that are energy related to the United States, that we are going to be able to show people the way how to do it, like we've been doing for the past century. And not only are we going to show people how to do this here in the United States, I think that if we do it right and we continue making these investments, that we can show people how to deliver this sort of technology the right way and the most efficient way to the rest of the world. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to Philip, but thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk about this because it is so important that we keep making we keep having the conversations, that we keep making the investments. People can see what's happening all around the world as it relates to energy. We need to make sure that we have our backs covered in all different ways that people consume energy in this country and how we move around, because I think that is going to be very, very important moving forward. So thank you very much, and I just appreciate you having me today.
So we have a couple of questions that we want to ask before we get to the audience questions, but there was one thing that I wanted to say, actually two things. So I've been in this industry a very long time, and I actually was there. My company organized the very first Clean Cities Coalition meeting before it was even called Clean Cities back in 1993. It was called the Federal Federal Alternative Fuel Vehicle Task Force, I think is what it was called. And so we've been consulting with Clean Cities Coalitions for nearly 30 years. And I want to just emphasize for all of you who are sitting in the room here today that you have one of the outstanding Clean Cities coalitions and one of the outstanding Clean Cities staffs here in North Central Texas. Lori has assembled a terrific team, and it's to your advantage because they are a terrific group of people to really help you navigate the transition to these technologies and navigate the resources that are available to you to help with that transition. So I just want to encourage you to use these people because they're very, very good. They're one of the best Clean Cities coalitions, one of the best Clean Cities staffs in the entire network in the United States. And I say that from experience. The other thing that I want to say is that also here in Texas, you have a very, very unusual alliance between Clean Cities coalitions and one of the most powerful and effective environmental organizations in the state of Texas, an EDF. Again, I say this from experience, having been the chair or the president of several environmental organizations over the years. It's unusual to find an organization that actually wants to try and help, that actually wants to try and get things done, and that's EDF in Texas. And their collaboration with Lori and her team and the folks down in the Houston-Galveston area, they're really, really focused on solutions. And they're really investing Philip's time and Ellen's time and so many other staff members here in Texas to help fleet operators meet the challenge of this transition to this new technology. So again, a very unusual resource that's available to you, and I encourage you to take advantage of these resources that are available here in the state of Texas. Now to questions. So we're just going to start with Salim and with Esteban in terms of your unusual business model. So I guess the first question is, what types of fleets are your target customers? And what, in terms of what are the fleet characteristics that are best suited for your business model? Esteban, why don't you start, and then Salim, why don't you go?
Sure, thank you. Great question. Yes, so for us, because I mentioned the vehicle-to-grid component, we're interested in fleets that our ideal partner would be a fleet that has fixed schedules, where they have a predictive type of behavior, if you will, where we can plan accordingly with our partner or customer and when to do the charging and discharging of that battery or that vehicle. Obviously for us, we recognize that the main thing is to maintain reliability for the customer, where they can fulfill their business obligations and always have the trucks available to you to do whatever they're intended to do, and not so much, that's a priority. So we want to make sure that we can plan accordingly where we can do that discharging and charging. So long distance fleets might be a little bit difficult to integrate in that model, but if it's a fleet that has predetermined scheduling, then it's easier that we can plan around that.
Yeah, and just to feed off of that, when you looked at where electrification started, the transit system, the garbage disposal systems, I mean, those are where it begins because those schedules are a lot more deterministic and easier to predict. But in our model, we realize that it can't just start and stop there. You really have to look at the entire ecosystem. And 80% of the transport industry is made up of owner-operators. And these are a lot more undeterministic challenges that we have to solve. I mean, the routes are not predictable, they're more challenging. Some of those trucks are going to short haul or middle mile or long haul. Drayage trucks are maybe doing 60 miles a day. And when it comes to looking at electrification, we saw that as more of a challenge and an opportunity of how do we make it affordable and accessible for them. So in our model, we're making those Class A trucks accessible to them, and we're reducing the total cost of ownership to something that's at par with diesel by getting more miles driven on those trucks. So essentially it becomes more of an optimization problem of where we put our assets and how we manage those assets to really make the numbers work. Obviously all of our charging infrastructure, it's all publicly available. We're focusing towards Class A trucks, but anything from passenger cars to little to medium-duty trucks can charge there because of the CCS connectors.
So just a quick follow-up question. So if we have fleet operators here in the audience that are interested in the fleet as a service model, what sort of information should they be gathering? What sort of data should they have at the ready if they are to come to you and say, hey, let's talk, let's start a conversation?
Great question. Yeah, so the first thing we look at is what are the routes that you guys are operating in? What's the frequency of those routes? How many times a week are you guys doing it? What's the start and end location? And that's sort of why we picked those 3 sites that we started with right now under construction, because we've already evaluated all of the routes that are going back and forth between those so that we can create a predictive model from that. But once we solve that problem, we can easily copy and paste that in other locations. So for instance, the Texas Triangle, it's very easy to come in and see what routes are going between each of those locations, and then work with owner-operators, carriers, and shippers to figure out which routes can be offloaded and operated using zero-emission trucks.
Seban?
Yes, I guess for us it would be a matter of understanding what your business model is and what's your projected growth operations. How should we make it more efficient to integrate all of that into our schedule model? So if you're thinking also of like, hey, I have 5 trucks, or I have 20 trucks, or I might grow 5x in the next 5 years, to consider that, because as obviously the gentleman from Alcor was saying, all of that has also some implication in how we can make it more efficient. That installation of charging infrastructure, how much do we have to oversize it or not, if you will. Another thing is how involved do you guys want to be in the process? Because like I said, we can do a minimum partnership where we say, well, we're going to provide you with the charging infrastructure and you do the rest. But if you don't want to allocate those resources, or you don't have the intention of going through that, then you just want to give us or transfer that responsibility to us, we can do that, but we just have to understand what's your preference on that model.
Thank you. Thank you. So this is for Amy and Kurt. You guys have experience with fleets and funding programs. What are the biggest challenges that you hear from fleet owners, fleet operators regarding taking advantage of the funding opportunities and incentive programs that are available?
From a federal perspective, it's understanding the federal process and applying for the under the notice of proposed rulemaking or notice of funding opportunity, making sure that the basic requirements are met. For these national electronic vehicle infrastructure programs, these projects, they'll have to go through the NEPA process, they'll have to go through the metropolitan planning process and be on the TIP and STIP, And so there's a lot of different hoops that you have to jump through to get through the federal process. And I think that's the hardest thing it's almost like we need to go out and do a federal aid 101 for the fleet operators at some point to make sure everybody understands that everybody's on the same page. But that's what my thoughts are.
And then what we found is, and I agree with Kirk, the process can be daunting. And that's why we try to apply ourselves and then turn around and subgrant and rebate that money out so that they deal with our process instead. But I found that some fleets have a problem meeting the requirements. Some don't want to scrap an old vehicle, and then some of them have old vehicles that don't meet the requirement, that they really want to get rid of these really old vehicles, but they don't meet the engine model year requirement of the funding that they would like to apply for. So there's some, frustrations there.
I'm going to add on just a little bit. Kirk mentioned the federal funding process, and one other thing that I would flag, not necessarily for fleets, but maybe more on the infrastructure side, is that in many cases the private sector, as Amy alluded to, is not eligible for some of the federal funding programs, whereas organizations like our own are. So I think that's where public-private partnerships become really important. And both Kirk and Congressman Vesey flagged the $2.5 billion in competitive funding that Texas will have an opportunity to compete for under the bipartisan infrastructure law. And that $2.5 billion in competitive funding is for any fuel type. So it could be hydrogen fueling, could be battery electric charging for heavy trucks. And that's something that I think we are very interested in seeing Texas take advantage of that funding. But we can apply, but we're not in the business of building and owning fueling stations. We would need to engage with the private sector in some way. And figuring out a process for us to be able to do that with you takes some time. So I would encourage everybody, if that's something that you're interested in, start talking to us now, early and often. Talk to the city that you might be interested in having a project located in. Talk to the county, because they are also eligible applicants. And those are the groups that we work with the most, is the cities and the counties. Talk to your chambers, your economic development districts, and start building those opportunities for collaboration.
So Lori just identified some of some ways to overcome the obstacles for obtaining and getting access to these resources. For Kirk and Amy, and actually anyone else who has experience with this, what are some of the other mechanisms, resources that fleets can use to overcome this opaque process sometimes that is difficult for many fleets that don't have the sophistication to access? Any ideas? Omar has an idea.
Gotta turn it off.
He has an idea, but his mic is not cooperating.
So I think there are a couple of things on the OEM side. So we have a couple of agreements. One with CoreCentric, which will facilitate the sales of our vehicles. In this case, they will purchase the vehicles and charging assets, for example, and then provide a bundled lease to our customers. And I think the bundled lease option for either vehicle, and then there's a direct purchase option on the BEV side, provides one way of ensuring that there's not that shocking sticker price at the very beginning, where if you do a bundled lease route where you're getting the vehicle, the fuel, the maintenance, all within that price. I think that's one way to address the initial upfront cost of these vehicles. And then another agreement we have is with ENGS, Commercial Finance Company, which again is another another company that's a financial services company that's helping to facilitate the sales of those vehicles as well, and providing those customized, tailored financing options, no matter the fleet size. And so that's just from our side. And I think outside of that, One is obviously the advocacy side as well, relying on OEMs and dealers to do that advocacy with government agencies to ensure that there are, for example, EDF-led SB 372 in California, which is a fleet assistance purchasing program that's looking to create financial and non-financial assistance to fleets. So efforts like that are things that we obviously support and that we will chime in on to help shape those programs to ensure that the customers and fleets that we know can utilize those programs. And then I guess maybe the last thing is just the nature of our business model, especially on the hydrogen side. Again, where we are this integrated company that's providing both the vehicle and the infrastructure, and taking this, capital, I guess capital, light, and I guess effective, efficient approach helps drive down the cost overall. And that's something that we'll want to do long term as well, as drive down the cost of these vehicles.
So we've got a couple questions from the audience. First one, this is really for anybody. Can anybody speak to the ability to combine or stack state and federal grants? Anybody have any experience with that?
Yeah, I mean, that's what WaterV has been doing for a lot of their sites as well. But navigating this territory is definitely not a straightforward process. In some cases, some of these incentives are changing on a daily basis a week before the grants are due. So that's definitely a challenge. But wherever possible, whether it's state grants or federal grants, what we've been doing, our strategy has been working with our consultants very closely to identify which grants give us the most incentives for that property, both on the infrastructure portion as well as rapid deployment. So whether it's a DOT or a DOE grant, that allows us to go from some of the sites that we've built out just currently towards a much larger scale deployment beyond California towards a nationwide rollout.
Okay. Yeah, we've been waved down. We've been given the red light, the hook. This is the end of the formal program. We really appreciate everybody coming today. We now have the ride and drive. Is that so? Oh, and I'm handing it over to Philip because he's going to actually do this.
Thanks, Luke.
Let's thank our panel for and I just want to personally say very great thanks to Lori and the whole NCT COG team for organizing this, putting this all together. Without y'all, this wouldn't happen. So Lori, thank you so much. All right, so for the ride and drive, here's what we got. Out here at the front semicircle, we have a Toyota BZ4X, Morane, an XOS, and Encore Nissan Leaf for display. To the left of the venue, if you kind of go out and come around over here, we've got the Lone Star SV and XOS for ride and drives. And then past the semicircle right over there, we have the Helion and Nicola trucks for ride and drive as well. So everyone's out there, station the trucks, they're ready to go. If you want to go test them out and take a spin. I'm going to try to drive everything if I can myself. We'll see, it's probably not going to work, but yeah. So come enjoy that. Everyone else, thank you all so much for coming. Let us know if you can do anything. And oh, that's right. And in your packet, there's a survey at the end of the program. If you can scan that, let us know what we did great, what we didn't do well,